The Bills are playoff bound following last night's 49ers win over the Colts. They currently stand at the 6th seed with their 11-4 record. It'll be their 7th straight playoff appearance, which is the longest active streak in the NFL. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and provided an injury update for the team. Josh Allen with a foot injury, Daquan Jones with a calf injury, Jordan Poyer with a hamstring injury, and Shaq Thompson dealing with a neck injury are all day-to-day. And Matt Prater dealing with that quad injury and Jordan Phillips with an ankle injury are all improving. Our own Sal Capaccio later reported that McDermott said there were no setbacks for Allen following the game having his foot x-rayed. He said he is, quote, sore and doesn't anticipate him being unavailable Sunday versus the Eagles. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres are in action tonight on the road in Ottawa, taking on the Senators. They look to expand upon the current 6-game win streak. You'll be able to catch all of the game action with Puck Drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, as mentioned, the Colts fall short to the 49ers last night, 48-27. Jonathan Taylor was held to 46 rushing yards in the loss, and Phillip Rivers completed 25 of 35 attempts for 277 yards with 2 touchdowns and an interception, which was a pick six. On the other hand, Brock Purdy passed for 295 yards and 5 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey rushed for 117 yards on 21 carries, and George Kittle tallied 7 receptions for 115 yards. In other news around the league, DK Metcalf has been suspended for 2 games for, quote, conduct detrimental to the NFL for initiating a physical confrontation with a fan during Sunday's game against the Lions. Metcalf has elected to appeal said suspension, and the Chiefs are on the move in 2030 from Missouri to Kansas. They will begin construction on a new state-of-the-art stadium to call home. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of...
I-50.
What are the best of the Christmas candies?
Ooh, that's a good question.
The Reese's tree is a thing, right?
I do. Yes, I do like a good old Reese's tree.
I've seen a tree or two in my day. I don't know that I've ever had the Reese's tree.
There's also like those Hershey Kisses that are the
peppermint.
The peppermint, yeah.
Chocolate.
They have like the candy canes in there.
That's legit.
Yeah.
There has been a bag of Kit Kat Santas in my house for the last week. There is no longer a bag of Kit Kat Santas in my house because I ate them all.
Is that the first shaped Kit Kat?
Maybe. I that might just be something that's happening with all of them now, right? Like
they see the success of Reese's and they're just like,
Twix make a Christmas shaped candy bar
they
at
just
this point.
differentiate left or right. That's their whole thing. I don't think they do shapes just yet.
Right.
But Kit Kat's whole thing is breaking it in half, and you can't break the Santa in half.
You could, but it would be horrifying for a child.
It would. I don't think there's the line to break it, though. Is there the perforation in the chocolate?
Yeah, maybe.
Good question.
I mean, I'm not into any of the peppermint stuff. None of it. None of the peppermint stuff. None of the.
I used to kill peppermint patties as a kid.
I love peppermint patties. But this time of year, some candy cane peppermint ice cream, dude.
Oh,
Ooh.
Interesting.
I'm passing. If that's offered, good for everyone that wants to have it. Like I know it's People like it. Maybe I'll like it one day. I hated mint ice cream as a kid, and now I'm into it. Like, I'll eat it. So maybe that'll change for me.
So you like mint ice cream, but not the peppermint candy cane stuff?
No.
Man, that feels like that's
Something about
There is a difference
Peppermint.
between peppermint and mint, though.
Although maybe what you're saying is I need to give it another shot because if
Yes.
if mint has grown on me, then you're saying peppermint will have also.
I think peppermint is milder, sweeter mint, and that works here, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, it might be time for a revisit.
Yeah.
Really, the
reevaluate.
Christmas candies aren't typically the packaged ones. Like you are getting like some sort of like bark.
I think
right?
we're looking for best Christmas cookie here. Is probably what
Christmas
we're
cookie
There's
doing
is
also
on
better.
like the Christmas crack stuff. If you had that,
Oh,
like the
Yeah.
white chocolate on the Chex Mix and all of that, that's good.
yeah,
that's good.
I'll mess some Christmas crack up.
Yeah.
That's legit.
Yeah. No, you're right. The cookies is more where it's
That's
at.
where
Yeah.
there's some debate to be had.
Because candy is just the candy
Yeah,
cans
you
for
know,
many.
Pretzel rods dipped in chocolate. Like it's a lot of like
Yeah.
home
Yeah, like
made
pizzelles, stuff like that.
Yeah. A lot of it is trash. but-
Yeah, because someone just sent me the best Christmas candy at sport.com, and like one of the like number 5 on this list is the trolley, like the gummy worms, but they're abominable snowmen.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
And like that's not getting put
Yeah,
out
like,
at Grandma's house
right.
on
No.
Christmas.
No, that's a
what-
rebellious Christmas candy if I've ever heard it.
Number 1, the original peppermint bark, though. There you go. Toffee Bites is on here.
That at one feels really.
It feels like
Yeah.
you're just doing it because it's something you would only ever see at Christmas.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
popping up in June.
Yeah. A lot of sweets. A lot of sweets rolling around in the next couple of days. Well, we're here today. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. We got a busy show for you. Sal's coming up at 7. We've got Lindy at 8 and in the middle of a 6-game win streak. They're looking for 7 tonight in Ottawa. And we'll also have Howard pick the Bills. He's only got 2 games left to pick here in the regular season, but we do have playoffs to consider also. And the field is basically decided. The Bills are in. And there wasn't really much of a question, I think, at this point that they were going to get in. The Colts last night, kind of sad for Phillip Rivers. He did it. He looked good, right? Like, he threw a pick 6, so it wasn't perfect. But he came right out, and, like, we had our parlay last night, and Alt Joe took 2+ passing touchdowns by Rivers. Did he have it in the first half hour of the game?
Yeah,
It was like 8:45, and I felt like he already had his 2 touchdowns.
I went to bed early knowing I was at least in the clear. So yeah, it was rather early.
Yeah, Jeremy wasn't even here, killed our parlay yesterday. So really, if we had done it without him, we would be on a run, right?
I don't know. I think Juwan Jennings, right? Owen, did your leg hit or no?
Oh, did he get there late?
Yeah, he got there late.
got there
Okay,
late.
because I
Yeah.
looked at.
Late on
I went to
his.
bed around halftime, and he was at 0.
My plan worked to
Okay.
perfection where I felt really bad because I was going to lose my fantasy championship or my
Right.
fantasy, semifinal because Juwan Jennings did nothing, and
Yeah.
then it flipped the script on me, and now I'm in the final of my fantasy championship.
Well, that's
but
good.
My leg missed.
Well, that's good.
I'm
we- happy for you that
another
you're in.
leg missed in the parlay, so I don't need to feel too bad.
Right, you didn't kill the parlay on your own. So the Colts lose last night. They could not stop the Niners. Purdy throws for 5 touchdowns, and Kittle goes off until he got knocked out with a hip drop tackle late in the game. So that loss means the Bills have clinched. And the only thing left to be decided, I guess the Texans mathematically could still fall out and Indy could top them, but that seems very unlikely down the stretch here. The other spot to consider is Pittsburgh and Baltimore. The Ravens are 2 games back of the Steelers with 2 games to go. All the Steelers have to do is beat the Browns in Week 17, and they clinch. They are in. So it probably is going to hold at what it presently is. These 7 teams, the Broncos, the Patriots, the Jags, the Steelers, the Chargers, the Bills, the Texans, are going to be the playoff field. And now what's left to be decided is seeding. And there are 5 teams that could still be the 1. The Bills, the Chargers, the Texans, and really the Jags or even New England could be the 5, which would mean a trip to Pittsburgh. So there's a lot of seeding to be had here. But the Bills are in again. And this playoff run is going to be a unique one and is going to feel different because they're going on the road and because you do not have the Chiefs there. You do not have the looming big quarterbacks that are in your way between yourself and the Super Bowl, other than if you want to qualify Justin Herbert and Drake May as that. But those two, not yet on the level, by reputation that Jackson, who's won multiple MVPs, from Mahomes, who's won multiple Super Bowls, and from Burrow, who's been to the Super Bowl. But certainly good quarterbacks. The Bills, I'm thinking more about them today. Here's the news that Allen is sore, but he's good. Like, he's okay. I guess we'll see, right? Like, he's also the type of player that would absolutely play through whatever he's got. Like, that's just who he is. And we'll see if he's able to really move a lot on that sore foot. On Sunday, we will see if he can push off and make throws consistently the way that he was up until really the second half of that game against Cleveland. But they're going to the playoffs. And I wonder what fans right now are most concerned about holding them back from making the Super Bowl. Because I don't think it's the field. They're good teams. Jacksonville's great. I think Jacksonville's a great football team. New England is threatening because they have an amazing quarterback. I saw a clip of May navigating the pocket against Baltimore where one of his guards got beat clean immediately, and he juked the tackle in the pocket, scrambled to the right after the juke was to the left, and threw the ball on the run right on the money. Like, he's great. And the Bills did a job against him a couple of weeks ago, but he's a very, very good quarterback. So you could lose to them. You could lose to the Jags. You could lose to really any of these teams, except I just don't think Pittsburgh. But what are we most concerned about with this Bills team right now? And it doesn't have to be the receiving core, because I think that is obviously the lightning rod position. It's rare, I think, that Bills fans would all be in unison on one thing where you'd all go, okay, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Because there are McDermott detractors, and there are people that think McDermott is good enough. He is good enough to win me a Super Bowl as my head coach. And there are others that the second 13 seconds happened, and maybe, the second that they lose to the Bengals, or the second that he makes mistakes at the end in a game against Philly in the regular season, that you've, along the way, decided this dude's not winning the Super Bowl. This guy has a fatal flaw, and it's just not going to happen with him. So you could think it's McDermott. You could think it's the personnel on defense, that this team doesn't have a defensive line that's good enough, and that they're going to get pushed around. They're going to get bullied come playoff time. But the receiving room is absolutely going to be top of list, I think, for a majority. I'll put a poll up, actually, to see if that ends up being the case. I think that's probably what you'll find out. Matt Harmon tweeted, and again, it's the Bills' receiving room. So even Matt knows that you got to lead off a tweet about the Bills' receiving room with the two words, dead horse, but. Those three words. Those three words are kind of how you got to start every conversation. It is absolutely beating a dead horse. What Matt said is this receiving room for a contending team is so insane. And he posted the numbers of all the Bills receivers from this last game against Cleveland and how Josh Palmer's out here running 74% of the routes on their dropbacks, and he only had 2 yards. And Tyrell Shavers is running routes on 65% of their routes in that game, and he had 1 catch. Just you do not have anybody right now that you'd feel confident in. And I would include all of it. Tight end, running back. Like, who would be the guy that a fan would most trust going into a playoff game to contribute? Shakir, by default, it would be Kincaid, but he's hurt. And how could you possibly say right now Josh Palmer? How could you possibly say Brandon Cooks with a couple of drops in back-to-back games. How could you say one of the running backs? I mean, some games they're involved, some games they're not. Really, first half of the year, it didn't really happen at all. How could you say Dawson Knox? It was nice to see him be capable of it for a couple of games there, but he has issues being the guy that you would go to in your biggest spot. Fourth down, game on the line, you can close it out with a touchdown, and he can't catch it. And that's not the first time, by the way, that's happened. Hasn't happened in a playoff game for him the way it did for Kincaid. But there's a regular season game a couple of years ago against the New York Giants on Sunday Night Football. The Bills win a very low-scoring game, and it was the same thing. Knox, in a big moment, had the ball in his hands to extend that drive and really put the game on ice and dropped it. So it's happened for him before. He's not the guy you would say, I could count on Knox to be a big contributor in a playoff game. He could. All these guys could. But there's no reliability from any of it. How could that not be the number one answer to what could hold them back? That a team could expose their flaw in that way, dare them. This is how they've lost a lot of their games this year. It's how they lost in Atlanta. It's how they lost in Houston. These great defenses, Houston much more so than Atlanta, will dare you to throw the ball and throw the ball to those guys. Throw the ball to your receivers. One-on-one matchups. And, hey, throw it down the field on us. Let's see if you can do it. They were able to do it against Tampa. And it was nice to see that for a week. But it's just so inconsistent. And I think the reason that McDermott is maybe not on the top of the list for many right now, and that if they were to lose in a playoff game to any of these teams, that it would be less about McDermott and maybe more about Bean. I think the field does play into that. I think we're heading in, and there is a perception that I think is mostly true, that it is a shame that this team's roster is not in a better place to take advantage of the field that is presently in front of you. That you get a year here where some of those top-end quarterbacks are not there, and you might not have the team to take advantage of it. And I do think that matters, by the way, that those guys are not there. I think this is part of why I think the Bills are, I think one of the two most likely teams in this conference to go to the Super Bowl, even with all this being said. Because I think that every team's got flaws. And if you've got an elite superstar quarterback, you are, especially in the playoffs, you are more likely to get away with those flaws because you've got that guy. Whereas I think if you are looking at a Denver, I'm more confident you could beat a Denver because if I expose their flaws, there's no Bo Nix is going to make up for all of that. Usually, he's not going to make up for all of that. The Bills are the one team right now, I would say, in the field where, yeah, they certainly have flaws. A lot of them. But when you have the superstar quarterback, he can deem those, as not mattering. If you have a quarterback like 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers and a team comes after your flaws and exposes them, he's not making up for a lot of that. So they have him, but they should have a quarterback that hopefully is able to let them get away with it more than other teams. But if something held them back from going to the Super Bowl right now, does it have to be receiver? I'm going to put a poll up on this because I do think there are McDermott people on this, and there would be those that are worried about their defense getting exposed and, the roster as well. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to the phones and go to Rob in Connecticut. Morning, Rob.
Hey, good morning, Joe, Owen, and Joe Cali. I wanted to wish everybody at WGR 550 a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Please be safe, first of all, because I won't be able to catch up with you tomorrow. Listen, guys, I got a suggestion, Joe. If you haven't seen it already, I caught an interview with John Elway with Rich Eisen yesterday on the Infinity Sports Network.
Okay.
They were talking about his documentary, Elway. Guys, please check it out. It is amazing. I was able to experience the whole Elway career. It took him 15 years to get his first Super Bowl. So as I'm watching this, I'm saying to myself, now I understand why they compare Josh Allen to Elway, because the fire inside Elway, you can see it in Josh Allen. And I just wish you guys could have experienced this. Like, you guys were too young, but check that documentary out.
Yeah.
It gives you kind of a little bit of hope for us and Josh Allen. So with that, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah.
You as well. The Elway comparison, whenever it comes up, the only thing about Elway is it took a really long time. 37 and 38 years old before he won it. And sure, if Allen didn't win for the next 5-6 years, is it possible that he still could? Yeah. But I don't know. That would be very uncomfortable. It would be very anxious. I think fans are already getting anxious. And I think a lot of it is to do with Allen about to turn 30 and feeling like, all right, I don't have one yet. Let's go. I think they need to win one just for everybody to have fun again. Some fans are going to be fine when it comes to, I can enjoy all these games and I can have fun with this quarterback and this team because this is a special era, even if they haven't won yet. And then there's another fan, and I think I'm probably more in this bucket, which is I almost can't fully enjoy it because I'm so anxious about them winning one. Because they have to win one with this quarterback. Because if they didn't, it would be embarrassing. And it would certainly feel like, man, if I couldn't win it with that guy, I'm never going to win one. That anxiety, I mean, that's with me, that grows every year. And I know it does with a lot of other fans. So he's about to turn 30. He's heading to the playoffs, and none of the other kingpin quarterbacks are there. And I think the Bills have some flaws that could stop them from getting there. And I think it's receiver. I think they are capable of being exposed there. If I had to put my number 2 on that list, I don't think I'd go to the defense. I don't know. Like, something about the guys coming back, and it's tough to know, like, what state Ed Oliver will be in when he returns. And it's tough to know, when all these guys are, but when Bernard is fully healthy, if he even gets there, he might not. What the linebacker situation looks like as you head into the playoffs. It's tough to know what those guys are going to give you. I guess I'm just not as concerned about McDermott being the thing that's going to hold them back. He's got it down more recently on 4th down decision-making again. Started poor on the season on that, but overall, that's been good. And he's been very aggressive with that in the playoffs. The defense has been improving and figuring out ways to win despite not having great players on that side. How could it not be receiver? 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought on this, is there a thing that you are really worried is going to hold them back from at least going to the Super Bowl? Or maybe it's, maybe it's winning the Super Bowl. Merry Christmas. It is 2 days until Christmas. So today's like the real last-minute shopping day of the year. So if you're doing that, good luck. And, stay dry. It's like a snow globe effect out there right now. The Christmas movie I was watching yesterday is the one where Arnold Schwarzenegger is, of course, shopping like last second. Jingle All the Way.
Jingle All the Way.
Underrated Christmas movie. It is so cheesy. But I mean, most Christmas movies are cheesy. Turbo Man. Is this a good Christmas movie, or am I giving it too much credit?
No,
I feel like that people would consider that a holiday classic, right?
Ooh, I wasn't going that
No?
far.
Yeah,
I was willing to call it a good Christmas movie.
I don't
I was
think-
not willing to call it a holiday
I don't
classic.
think I would. I just think that's a
I think
movie
you
that
just
has
did.
a following.
You think you just called it a holiday? Maybe it's a cult holiday classic.
Yes, a cult
Yeah.
classic.
A cult
That's
classic?
probably.
I would
would
go
give it
with
that.
I would just say it's a fun Christmas movie.
I feel like I've
what
just
I would
seen it a lot since
All right.
I was a kid.
Two
so.
polls in this segment. Jingle all the way. Holiday classic? Question mark.
Holiday
I'm
classic.
putting it up. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you're on hold, stay there. Sean, we'll start with you when we come back. We got Sal coming up at 7. Injury updates to get to on the Bills. It's Eagles week. So we'll get my brother Lou DiBiase on later in the week on Philadelphia, which feels like the most frustrating team to cover in the league right now, although they've won. So it's like, again, that anxiety you might have about the Bills not winning yet. Philly should feel a little bit more free, but they still, yell at their team a lot. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today, and this is WGR. What are we most concerned about with this Bills team right now? And it doesn't have to be the receiving core, because I think that is obviously the lightning rod position. It's rare, I think, that Bills fans would all be in unison on one thing where you'd all go, okay, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Because there are McDermott detractors, and there are people that think McDermott is good enough. He is good enough to win me a Super Bowl as my head coach. And there are others that the second 13 seconds happened, and maybe, the second that they lose to the Bengals, or the second that he makes mistakes at the end in a game against Philly in the regular season, that you've, along the way, decided this dude's not winning the Super Bowl. This guy has a fatal flaw, and it's just not going to happen with him. So you could think it's McDermott. You could think it's the personnel on defense, that this team doesn't have a defensive line that's good enough, and that they're going to get pushed around. They're going to get bullied come playoff time. But the receiving room is absolutely going to be top of list. I think for a majority, I'll put a poll up actually to see if that ends up being the case. I think that's probably what you'll find out. Matt Harmon tweeted, and again, it's the Bills receiving room. So even Matt knows that you got to lead off a tweet about the Bills receiving room with the 2 words, dead horse, but. Those 3 words. Those 3 words are kind of how you got to start every conversation. It is absolutely beating a dead horse. What Matt said is this receiving room for a contending team is so insane. And he posted the numbers of all the Bills receivers from this last game against Cleveland, and how Josh Palmer's out here running 74% of the routes on their dropbacks, and he only had 2 yards. And Tyrell Shavers is running routes on 65% of their routes in that game, and he had 1 catch. Just you do not have anybody right now that you'd feel confident in.
The Bills are playoff bound following last night's 49ers win over the Colts. They currently stand as the 6th seed with their 11-4 record. It'll be their 7th straight playoff appearance, which is the longest active streak in the NFL. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and provided an injury update for the team. Josh Allen dealing with the foot injury, Daquan Jones with a calf injury, Jordan Poyer with a hamstring injury, and Shaq Thompson dealing with a neck injury are all day-to-day, according to Sean McDermott. And Matt Prater with the quad injury and Jordan Phillips with an ankle injury are improving. Our own Sal Capaccio later reported that McDermott said there were no setbacks for Allen following the game having his foot x-rayed. He said he is, quote, sore and doesn't anticipate him being unavailable Sunday versus the Eagles. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in action tonight on the road in Ottawa taking on the Senators. They look to expand upon the current 6-game win streak. You'll be able to catch all of the game action with puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Colts fall short, as mentioned, to the 49ers last night, 48-27. DK Metcalf has been suspended for 2 games for conduct detrimental to the NFL for initiating a physical confrontation with a fan during Sunday's game against the Lions. Metcalf has elected to appeal, and the Chiefs are on the move in 2030 from Missouri to Kansas as they begin construction on a new state-of-the-art stadium to call home. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
To get some action tonight. 3rd down and goal. To the end zone. Touchdown again, Alec Pierce.
Now, this is a holiday classic. A year without a Santa Claus? Phillip Rivers last night. I'm glad it looked good. I'm glad it looked good and that he looked like someone that could actually play in the NFL. That was a cool story. They got smoked, but a lot of that was because the Colts defense couldn't hold up. Because it would have been cool. Rivers definitely played well enough for them to win. The pick 6 is tough, but that's the most competent quarterback play that you could possibly expect from the Colts at this point, and they got a lot of it. 803-0550 is the phone number. That loss clinches it for the Bills. They are going to the playoffs. What is the thing you think could hold them back from going to the Super Bowl? Everyone wants them and expects them to go to the Super Bowl. Like, you search Bills on YouTube right now or wherever, and what's the common take from everybody out there right now? It's no Mahomes, no Jackson, no Burrow. This better be your year. This better be your year. Like, it's a dare, basically. And maybe you feel that way about it. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't think that they're a complete enough football team. I don't think they're the most complete team. I think the Jags are. But I think the Bills have the best player going. And a lot of times that can be enough. Let's go back to the phones and go to Sean in Long Island. What's up, Sean?
Hey, good morning, Joe.
Morning.
Defensive tackle, I think, is right if there was wide receiver. It just absolutely blows my mind that we've had a defensive head coach for the better part of 8-9 years now. And, we're going back to, Star Latulele being pretty horrendous. And, they hit on what? They reached on Ed Oliver and took him, the 9th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, defensive tackle for the better part of a decade has been it's where the position goes to die under McDermott. I'm not encouraged at all. This is not a complete team whatsoever. This is a team that if they face anybody other than Pittsburgh in the first round, will probably end up getting bounced. There's too many holes across the board. It is on Bean for the most part, but the fact that McDermott can't coach up any defensive lineman to even a serviceable level. Vernon Butler, Quentin Jefferson. It's just been Band-Aids thrown at these positions for years. And McDermott hangs his hat on being a scrappy, I'll get a 5th round defensive back and make him into a serviceable player. That's really his forte is let's get defensive backs that might be overlooked and I can get the most out of them. Outside of that, I don't see, I really don't see it. I think it's been held up and propped up by Josh Allen for 8 years, and that's really it. it's run its course as far as I'm concerned.
You don't think that the linebacker group too has seen satisfactory results throughout the entire time he's been here?
Linebacker, I think, has been definitely I agree.
Because I won't fight you on the D line. I think that could be a lot of Bean also, but I think their linebackers have been fine on the overall. Like, I don't know that this year has been their best season, because we're at a point with Milano where age has caught up, even though he's looked a little bit better, and Bernard has been hurt a lot of this year. But Bernard looked unplayable at times as a rookie. That Jet game he had to play as a rookie, that's the game that Allen gets hurt at the very end. They lose in New York. I remember thinking, like, this guy doesn't have it. But he was a rookie. And he developed into a guy that you can have on the field. He turned into a pretty good linebacker. I think he's definitely better than he showed this year with the injuries. He's not a superstar. I'm not going to fight you on the D-line. Like, I don't know. How much of them not having the defensive line that can wreck a game, especially a playoff game, is his fault? I mean, you only get the guys the GM gives you, and the only guy that Sean's ever had that was an elite level pass rusher was Vaughn until he got hurt. So you didn't have of him available for the best playoff games or for the biggest games. Rousseau is like, how much better would you expect Rousseau to be with any other coach? He's not very bendy for a defensive end. So that those speed rushes, that quick pressure, I don't know that he ever was going to have the skill set for that. He's a good player. He does his role well. And in a game like that where you play a quarterback that hangs onto the ball a lot, he's going to be awesome. And he'll stop the run, but, you know, if you're looking for more out of him or more out of A.J. Epinesa, Joey Bosa's a veteran. Like, I don't know who he was supposed to turn into a better player. Maybe Oliver. Maybe Oliver's the answer. I'd listen to that more than I'd listen to the defensive ends. He was a top 10 pick, elite level athleticism, even though he's smaller, and he's only really been a pretty good player for the entirety of his Bills career. And I can't remember a single play he's ever made in a playoff game. Hopefully this one. I'm optimistic about him coming back, so hopefully this would be the one. Thanks for the call. Interesting way to frame it with McDermott. And I think the secondary point, by the way, I don't want to just gloss over that. Like, McDermott creating great secondaries and sometimes doing it from scratch without any high-profile players is massive. If you made me pick what's more important over the last 7 years to have an elite front seven or an elite back seven, give me the back seven. We've seen the evidence. I mean, their defense, I have a bet with Jeremy that they'll never, he bet they'll never have a bottom 10 defense with this head coach. They've not to this point. And I think a big, even the Chiefs have. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with a bottom 10 defense, by the way. I think one of the big reasons that that's the case and they have had consistency is if you can be good in the secondary, then you're almost incapable of being a bad defense. And I don't know. Cincinnati's been out here with Trey Hendrickson for years, and they've been the worst defense in the league. I know that's only one player. It's not a whole pass rush, but I'd rather have the secondary. Let's go back to the phones. Larry in South Florida. What's up, Larry?
Hey, good morning, Joe, and happy holidays to you and your family.
You as well.
Thank you. Before I get to my point, I've been driving from Jupiter, Florida. I'm heading up to PA, so I've been driving for 2 days.
Yeah.
And were you a part of that parlay yesterday? I think Nate Geary said
I was a part of the parlay yesterday, not the one last week that the fellas here won. I was not a part of that one.
Yeah, the 2 touchdown one for Rivers, right? Were you a part of that?
That one I was, yes. That was Joe's pick over here.
Did you win?
No, we did not.
Okay, I almost bet it before the game started, and I fell asleep.
No, Tyler Warren came a couple yards short, and Juwan Jennings had like an insane second half, so we missed out on it.
Got it. Hey, I just want to chime in on what you said and what the last caller, I think from Long Island, said. Yeah, if the Bills don't make the Super Bowl and or win the Super Bowl, again, with this quarterback, it's insane. And if they don't get there this year with all the big quarterbacks out, it all roads point to wide receiver. And if it is because of the wide receiver, the architect of the team is Brandon Beane. Now, Joe, I've been calling you for a really long time. And after the 13-second game, I was ready to can McDermott. But it's really hard to argue with what he's done since he's got there. And he got there before Beane. So I'm holding him responsible. If it is because of wide receiver, I think one of two things have to happen. Number one, he's gone. You got to fire him. Or number two, he has to be told, this has to be fixed this year or it's your last year. And I don't care if it's a trade. I don't care if you draft 5 wide receivers. And also the defensive tackle. He's right. It's not necessarily the end, although I still think Epinesa was a waste of a contract. Yeah. You have to have a monster defensive tackle. That's athletic. I know they took a shot on Oliver, and I know he's hurt. If he's back, great. But what about a Milton Williams? A guy like that, and Philadelphia keeps getting them, and they won the Super Bowl, but they still keep getting them. Why can't Beane maneuver to get a guy like Philly has? I don't understand it.
Yeah. Thanks, Larry, for the call. I actually wonder if Deion Walker is going to turn into that player. I mean, he's a rookie, and he's not super consistent yet, but it's only 1 sack on the season. But he has had some nice moments this year. And at his size, maybe he turns into that. But I get the point. I mean, the Eagles churn through amazing pass rushers, inside and outside. They always have one of the best defensive lines, and they always have one of the best offensive lines. They always have that. I mean, they have everything, which is why it's insane they're not the best team in the league. It might say a lot about the quarterback because they've got everything. They've got receivers, they've got the running back, they've got the lines, they've got, Cooper DeJean, and they've got Quentin Mitchell in the secondary. They've got awesome players everywhere. And yet, they still don't look right. But they did win the Super Bowl last year. Yeah, listen, the receiver room, it's not just that they haven't invested a lot in it. It's even the pieces they have invested in are just misses right now. How could you possibly look at them any other way? Curtis Samuel is a miss. He's still on the team, by the way. I forget about him at this point. He's on IR, right? I mean, that's a miss. Josh Palmer right now is a miss. I know there's been injury stuff with him, but even in the games he's played and even in the games he's been healthy, you're not getting more. I mean, he hasn't caught more than 2 passes in a game since week 1. He caught a big pass on that last drive against Baltimore, and you just haven't seen anything really since. Coleman is a clear miss right now. That's the first pick of round 2, and he might not play for you again. And if he does, it's not going to be much, and he probably gets moved in the offseason. I actually was talking about this yesterday with my barber, that, he asked me, how many receivers do you think are coming back next year? And I'm like, of this group, 2? Right? Shakir's coming back, and Palmer's probably on the team because he's under contract. Maybe 3 with Shavers, just for special team stuff, and then you fill it out. They're going to, I think, overhaul that position. But are they going to overhaul it with, one huge investment, top-level guy that can play with Allen, and then a bunch of role players, or is it just going to be all role players? That's the real question. And I think what might push them towards that is if they fall short this year, and that's why it happens. And it's clear that that's why it happens. I think you could show evidence that they've lost multiple playoff games in a row in part because they have not had good performances or trustworthy performances at that position. But I know the defense is where their eyes have gone to. If they lost a playoff game where the defense did actually perform, and you got shut down by a Houston or a Denver, and it's clear that, if you look like the Houston game again, where Allen's running around, he's buying time, and nobody's getting open for him, and that is happening a lot in a playoff game that they lose, I think they'll act on it. Because they very often will act on how the season ended. And they just haven't thought yet that, well, the reason the season ended was because of, the receiver room. It's always been the defense or pass rush. It's pass rush. It's always been pass rush for them. 803-0550 is the phone number. What could hold them back from going to the Super Bowl? What are you most worried about right now for that? We got a poll up. We also have a poll up on whether Jingle All the Way is a holiday classic, and it's like 50-50. Which means it's a great poll. And a polarizing movie, I guess. They got a 20 on Rotten Tomatoes we looked up. That's not a great start for calling it a holiday classic. 803-0550 is the phone number. We got Sal coming up at 7 on Allen's injury and a lot of the other stuff that the Bills have had going on injury-wise, as they'll be practicing this week. There's a little adjustment, or today. There's a little adjustment with the schedule because of Christmas, obviously. So they will be on the field today, I believe, and then they'll have an off day tomorrow. Sal, at 7, more time for your phone calls as well here on Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. What are we most concerned about with this Bills team right now? And it doesn't have to be the receiving core, because I think that is obviously the lightning rod position. It's rare, I think, that Bills fans would all be in unison on one thing where you'd all go, okay, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Because there are McDermott detractors, and there are people that think McDermott is good enough. He is good enough to win me a Super Bowl as my head coach. And there are others that the second 13 seconds happened, and maybe, the second that they lose to the Bengals, or the second that he makes mistakes at the end in a game against Philly in the regular season, that you've along the way decided this dude's not winning the Super Bowl. This guy has a fatal flaw, and it's just not going to happen with him. So you could think it's McDermott. You could think it's the personnel on defense, that this team doesn't have a defensive line that's good enough, and that they're going to get pushed around. They're going to get bullied come playoff time. But the receiving room is absolutely going to be top of list. I think for a majority, I'll put a poll up actually to see if that ends up being the case. I think that's probably what you'll find out. Matt Harmon tweeted, and again, it's the Bills receiving room. So even Matt knows that you got to lead off a tweet about the Bills receiving room with the 2 words, dead horse, but. Those 3 words. Those 3 words are kind of how you got to start every conversation. It is absolutely beating a dead horse. What Matt said is this receiving room for a contending team is so insane. And he posted the numbers of all the Bills receivers from this last game against Cleveland, and how Josh Palmer's out here running 74% of the routes on their dropbacks, and he only had 2 yards. And Tyrell Shavers is running routes on 65% of their routes in that game, and he had 1 catch. Just you do not have anybody right now that you'd feel confident in. I think the secondary point, by the way, I don't want to just gloss over that. Like, McDermott creating great secondaries and sometimes doing it from scratch without any high-profile players is massive. If you made me pick what's more important over the last 7 years to have an elite front 7 or an elite back 7, give me the back 7. We've seen the evidence. I mean, their defense, I have a bet with Jeremy that they'll never, he bet they'll never have a bottom 10 defense with this head coach. They've not to this point. And I think a big, even the Chiefs have. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with a bottom 10 defense, by the way. I think one of the big reasons that that's the case and they have had consistency is if you can be good in the secondary, then you're almost incapable of being a bad defense. And I don't know. Cincinnati's been out here with Trey Hendrickson for years, and they've been the worst defense in the league. I know that's only one player. It's not a whole pass rush, but I'd rather have the secondary. Happy holidays, Jeremy and Joe. To go right back to the phones, got Sal coming up at 7 o'clock. 803-0550 is the phone number. Alex in Rochester is next up. What's up, Alex?
Hey, good morning. Just to go back. So the question is, what is holding us back? That's the question.
Hey, Alex, we're going to throw you on hold. Try reconnecting. We'll try to get you on again. Let's go to Tim in Maryland. What's up, Tim?
Hey guys, good morning, happy holidays. So I'm sitting here overthinking things a little bit. I went to the whole progression. I got a gutalytic to take here. Originally, I was mad at Sean McDermott. You know, like throughout, you're like, oh yeah, 13 seconds. But then, you know, he put together probably a pretty bad wide receiver room. We got that. It's a sunk cost at this point. But like these guys, I'm thinking about it. I'm not in all the. I love the analytics, but I don't have all this memorized. But like Elijah Moore, I was excited about him. And he had, probably 100 catches with Stefanski last year.
60 catches. I think it was 100 targets. Yeah.
100 targets, 60. Well, I mean, I'm guessing he's probably not close to that on the Bills this year. Same with, like, Josh Palmer. And so now I'm, like, getting to the point of, like, the sunk cost. We are where we are. And it's like the only people left are Allen or Brady. And I'm like, it can't really – I mean, unless – I think it's the system that Brady's put them in is making these guys totally impotent. I don't know. I mean, I need your help here thinking about this, but do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I do. I mean, Brady, I think, has shown some good things. I mean, I loved some of the play calling that we saw from him in the New England game. But a lot of these other games, you know, whether it's poorly timed screens or, I mean, this last game, I don't know if they were holding things back or they were just a more vanilla style of offense, because that's kind of how it looked. Maybe the Allen injury played into that. But sure, like, I think we had a caller about this yesterday. He was really fired up about the receiver Joe Brady point. That why is it that every receiver comes here with Josh Allen as their quarterback but with this coordinator and has like the worst season of their careers? Why does that continue to happen? And you bring up Elijah Moore for that. I don't think I mentioned Elijah Moore as part of that point yesterday. He had 110 catches in 2 years with the Cleveland Browns and came here and in 9 games had 9 catches. Just nothing. Not really a part of it. And even when he was, not a factor. MVS did nothing. He leaves and does stuff for the Saints. You know, like there's countless examples. Diggs does nothing really here with Brady, was the least efficient receiver in the league. He leaves, and he's still really good. Who else? I mean, there are other guys who were good before. Like, you know, Amari Cooper even. Nothing really from him. And he wasn't that far removed from a 1,200-yard season. Like, he was at the end, so that one might be a little unfair. But Curtis Samuel, that's the other one you really want. Curtis Samuel was doing a lot in Carolina and more so recently in Washington. It was, for him, 100 and in the last 2 years he played for Washington, 126 catches. Here, in 22 games, 37 catches. Just massive gulfs from one to the other. And is that a acquisition problem because you're acquiring guys that are past their primes? Is that a coaching problem? I think it probably is a little of both, but it's hard to think that it has nothing to do with the offense they run and the offensive coordinator. And here we are without anybody really that's trustworthy. 803-0550 is the phone number. Thanks for the call. Brady is in our poll, by the way. What is the thing that concerns you most about holding the Bills back from going to the Super Bowl? And it's a pretty close one between wide receiver room and defensive personnel. Nobody wants Sean's game management as the answer. So, all right, some confidence, or at least more confidence in that than the other things. Sal, when we come back, Allen's injury and all the other things on the injury report that we'll have for this Philadelphia game and the state of the conference. Bills going back to the playoffs. They clinched that last night with the loss by the Indianapolis Colts. Sal, when we return here on WGR. I think the secondary point, by the way, I don't want to just gloss over that. Like, McDermott creating great secondaries and sometimes doing it from scratch without any high-profile players is massive. If you made me pick what's more important over the last 7 years to have an elite front seven or an elite back seven, give me the back seven. We've seen the evidence. I mean, their defense, I have a bet with Jeremy that they'll never, he bet they'll never have a bottom 10 defense with this head coach. They've not to this point. And I think a big, even the Chiefs have. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with a bottom 10 defense, by the way. I think one of the big reasons that that's the case and they have had consistency is if you can be good in the secondary, then you're almost incapable of being a bad defense. And I don't know. Cincinnati's been out here with Trey Hendrickson for years, and they've been the worst defense in the league. I know that's only one player. It's not a whole pass rush, but I'd rather have the secondary. I actually was talking about this yesterday with my barber that, he asked me, how many receivers do you think are coming back next year? And I'm like, of this group, 2? Right? Like, Shakir's coming back, and Palmer's probably on the team because he's under contract. Maybe 3 with Shavers, just for special team stuff, and then you fill it out. Like, they're going to, I think, overhaul that position. But are they going to overhaul it with, one huge investment, top-level guy that can play with Allen, and then a bunch of role players, or is it just going to be all role players? That's the real question. And I think what might push them towards that is if they fall short this year, and that's why it happens. And it's clear that that's why it happens. I think you could show evidence that they've lost multiple playoff games in a row in part because they have not had good performances or trustworthy performances at that position. But I know the defense is where their eyes have gone to. If they lost a playoff game where the defense did actually perform, and you got shut down by a Houston or a Denver, and it's clear that, if you look like the Houston game again, where Allen's running around, he's buying time, and nobody's getting open for him, and that is happening a lot in a playoff game that they lose, I think they'll act on it. Because they very often will act on how the season ended. And they just haven't thought yet that, the reason the season ended was because of, the receiver room. It's always been the defense or pass rush. It's pass rush. It's always been pass rush for them.
The Bills are playoff bound following last night's 49ers win over the Colts. They're currently standing at the 6th seed with their 11-4 record. It'll be their 7th straight playoff appearance, which is the longest active streak in the NFL. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and provided an injury update. Josh Allen with a foot injury, Daquan Jones dealing with a calf injury, Jordan Poyer with a hamstring injury, and Shaq Thompson with a neck injury were all day-to-day, and Matt Prater and Jordan Phillips are improving. Our own Sal Capaccio later reported that McDermott said there were no setbacks for Allen after the game, having his foot x-rayed. He said he is sore and doesn't anticipate him being unavailable Sunday versus the Eagles. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in action on the road tonight in Ottawa, taking on the Senators. They look to extend upon the current 6-game win streak. You'll be able to catch all of the game action with Puck Drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Colts fall short of the 49ers, 48-27. Jonathan Taylor was held to 46 rushing yards in the loss, and Phillip Rivers completed 25 of 35 pass attempts for 277 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception, which was a pick 6. Brock Purdy passed for 295 yards and 5 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey rushed for 117 yards on 21 carries, and George Kittle tallied 7 receptions for 115 yards. In other news around the league, DK Metcalf has been suspended for 2 games for conduct detrimental to the NFL for initiating a physical confrontation with a fan during Sunday's game against the Lions. Metcalf has elected to appeal, and the Chiefs are on the move in 2030 from Missouri to Kansas as they begin construction on a new state-of-the-art stadium to call home. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Kelly.
I don't think that line was from Jingle All the Way. It's the right actor, but the wrong movie. Sal Capaccio now on the Western Hotline. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this week. Good morning, Sal. Jingle All the Way, have you ever watched it, and is it a holiday classic if you have?
Okay, you have to remind me which one is that. Hold on, is that Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yes, this is the Arnold Schwarzenegger Christmas movie. Sinbad also, I believe, is in it.
Okay, I have watched it. It's been a while, though, so I would not say it's classic because it doesn't come right to top of mind for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not one of the rewatchable Christmas movies as much.
Yeah, I mean,
pop right up.
I mean, if it's on, like I think it actually was on the other day, but I don't think I stopped by it. You know what I mean? Like Elf has been on lately, and I've definitely stopped by that a few times.
Yeah, which ones will you definitely stop on? Elf. What else?
Elf, A Christmas Story.
Yep. Okay.
What else? You know, I've never really sat with It's a Wonderful Life, but it's actually a really good story and movie. You know?
Yeah. Like you've seen it in parts, maybe. Then.
Yeah.
That's where I was, and I think last year actually, I think I just sat and watched the entire thing, and it was good. It was good. You know, for a movie also that was made in 1940 something. It was good. It holds up. As much
Planes, Trains, Automobiles. I think that's one I'll stop on. You know, that's a holiday movie, I guess, right? Christmas movie. I don't know. What do you want to call it? Right?
It's close enough. That's close enough. Die Hard's Christmas movie. Planes, Trains.
I know. Here we go again. Right? I know. So yeah, there's some, and then every once in a while you'll see something that comes across. You're like, oh, I haven't seen that in a long time. Whatever that might be, you forget about it. You know, but it's right there.
Sal Capaccio with us. Did you sit at all with the Monday night game last night and see? I mean, Rivers looked much more competent, and also I don't know if Bills fans are tracking, the rushing race the way that I am, but it was clear to me that Taylor's just not getting run right now. Like teams are stacking the box, and I don't know. So I don't know what they'll do with workload in the final 2 games. Maybe it matters also what you're playing for in Week 18, but Taylor's just not getting off lately. I feel like Cook is going to win the rushing title.
Yeah, he didn't have much last night. What did he have last night? What were his numbers?
56 on like 20 carries. So I think Cook's lead now is like 43 yards.
It is. It's 43 yards. Yeah. Well, listen, when you have when you have an unathletic, I don't know how I want to say that. It sounds so bad to say it that way, but Daniel Jones could move a little bit, right? We know that. Daniel Jones can run. He's an athlete. He has to be accounted for as a runner. Phillip Rivers doesn't. So the only running back you have to account for is Jonathan Taylor in the backfield when he's there.
Right.
I think that changes the dynamic of the offense. It changes the way defenses play you. So I think it's obviously and one thing is I think I've noticed about Rivers watching. Oh, it's so fantastic watching. It really is, right? He's just so cool to listen to at the line of scrimmage, right?
Yep.
All the ways that he's calling out. What did it was a great line last night watching the game. Said like who was the play-by-play guy? Last night says
That's Joe Buck. Joe Buck.
Joe Buck. Sorry, Joe Buck. Yeah, Joe Buck. There's so many different night games.
Yeah.
So Joe Buck goes like a traffic cop calling out directions, right? It's just really cool. That's what he was doing. You go over here, you over there. But one thing is, I think I really noticed last night, he just does not have the zip on the ball. Like,
No.
maybe he's still got a strong arm. Like, he can throw it deep. He doesn't have the zip on the ball. There were a couple throws. He made incredible throws. But there were a couple throws I thought he just left a little too out there a little too long. You know what I mean?
Even the touchdown throw that he makes on the first drive, it's like, you can see like the ball just hangs in the air like that extra second.
Yeah, and you know, it's getting a little older, of course, right?
Sure.
Okay, so I think, though, going into the final couple games here, I mean, Jonathan Taylor, don't they play the Texans, right? I mean, that's a really good defense, obviously. Yeah. So they also play the Jags. Colts have Jags and Texans to end the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think James Cook has a real good look at it. The thing that's going to matter here is how the Bills play the final 2 weeks, to be quite honest with you, especially Week 18 maybe.
Right. And before we actually get into like the injury report and what's coming up, the schedule this week is different because of the holiday for the Bills?
It is. So we're going to hear today again from Sean McDermott. We heard yesterday from McDermott. We're going to hear again today from McDermott. And the reason is the team is going to have a walkthrough today instead of tomorrow, at least media availability today. They're going to have a walkthrough, and I imagine that's in lieu of tomorrow because we will hear from Josh Allen as well. And that's going to be important today. I want to hear from Josh Allen. The difference, though, today is we will hear from McDermott. He'll update us a little bit more on injuries. I don't know how much more we're going to get differently. And, Joe, there's no injury report today. Like, there's no injury report officially until tomorrow because the Bills play on Sunday. So when we get it then, it's going to be probably some sort of estimation. Mm-hmm. And then again on Thursday, it's Christmas. There's no media and practice to watch. Honestly, Joe, like, we're not going to know much about injuries until Friday when McDermott joins me on the Extra Point Show.
Right, that'll be a big reveal then, really, when he's on.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get official injury reports from the team Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to be more of estimations on both days, or right there's. I don't really know how much we're going to get out of that.
Yeah. So let's get into what we learned yesterday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. And let's obviously start with Josh Allen. How did it sound from McDermott? Does it feel like, you know, about as positive an update as you might have expected?
Yes, at least positive updates as you hope for, because obviously with Josh is such a warrior, and he does not miss plays, much less games. And for him to be in pain and limping to the locker room the way he was, we know that he had x-rays. We know he finished the game, but you never know what can happen after the game. You never know about swelling or anything like that. So McDermott said he's day-to-day with his foot injury. He is in the day-to-day category with three other players from the game: Daquan Jones with a calf, Jordan Poyer with a hamstring, Shaq Thompson with a neck. I would say that's as encouraging as you can get from any standpoint with all those guys only being day-to-day. Now, day-to-day could mean that they're still not playing this week. But with Josh Allen, McDermott did specifically say when asked, like, he does not believe it should hold him back this week to play the game, but it might actually impact his practice status this week. Joe, we're going to see Josh on the injury report this week. The question is, will he practice? Will he not practice? I just don't anticipate anything from what McDermott said yesterday, keeping him back from playing the game Sunday against the Eagles.
You also might expect that it changes, maybe it's only a little bit, but how they would call plays, because they'd started mixing in quarterback runs designed with him a little bit more and more, and if he's dealing with anything in these final 2 weeks, you might think that that's probably not going to happen.
Right. So, I mean, the next 2 weeks are really interesting, and I would say this too: no matter what's going on with Josh, no matter where the Bills are in the standings, Josh Allen's going to be under center the first snap of the game, right? Because he's got a streak that he cares about, the team cares about, his teammates care about, his availability, his starting streak. We saw that last year, Week 18. So even if they get to Week 18, if he's dealing with the foot and it's kind of like, well, how much is there to play for here? I just wonder how they play everything going forward here, to be honest with you.
Right. The other injuries, Poyer, hamstring. Hamstring can often mean a couple of weeks, Sal, but he was in the day-to-day category. So what do you think about what we learned from him? And then also, like, if he were to miss any time, like, where would they be at safety in replacing him?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, number one, older player, hamstring injury. He probably played earlier than everybody thought he would this year. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to give Jordan Poyer a little time off, but at the same time, he's been playing well for you, right? So it's not like you necessarily want him out of the lineup. You don't. You want him in there. But, Jordan Poyer, maybe his body could use a little rest, and hamstring injury, you don't want to push that. So I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't play on Sunday just because of that. They generally play the long game with a hamstring injury. If he doesn't play, last week it was not Jordan Hancock who came in. It was Cam Lewis who came in for him. So I wonder if that would be the play right there. But that could be just an in-game adjustment, what they're doing, how Cleveland's playing. I mean, Jordan Hancock, to me, could really use some valuable reps, to get him in there and get him a little more time on the back end. There's another guy named Darnell Savage we haven't seen yet, though, Joe. Darnell Savage is on the active roster. They claimed him when Darius Slay didn't report. I wouldn't mind seeing what he brings to the table. Now, it doesn't have not going to be at the expense of losing a game. You don't want to do that. These games matter right now. The Bills are still, fighting for a division. And who knows? I don't think the Patriots are going to lose to the Jets, but maybe you get to week 18 and, the Dolphins come up with a big running game or whatever. I think you just have to play this out. And at least this week, you're putting on the best lineup you can. But I do wonder if that would be Jordan Hancock, if that would be moving Cam Lewis over there to safety, or if that would be Darnell Savage, who is on the active roster.
Is DeMar Hamlin, by the way, done for the year? He's just been sitting on IR, right?
He has. The way McDermott phrased it the other day when asked was, I would say it this way. He didn't close the door on Hamlin being able to return, but it didn't sound like it was something that was really imminent in any capacity.
Okay. Sal Capaccio with us on the Wester hotline. Starting to look at this game a little bit, Sal. Again, we'll see what Allen's able to do and who's able to be available, right? Poyer and Jones and Thompson. This Eagles matchup, how do you see it early in the week? I mean, this is a team that has been kind of like the Bills, but even to the more extreme, the confusion of why do they have these games where they just kind of don't have it all figured out. But I think with the Eagles, it seems to happen a lot more than it does with the Bills.
Yeah, right. I mean, it is funny. The Eagles are the, poster child example of what I say every week on the Extra Point Show. I talk about all the time, which is if you only watch football through the prism of your own team and think why can't my team do this? Why can't my team do that? Then you're not doing it right and not really getting a good perspective. You have to see what's happening around the league. The Eagles are the poster child for this. They are the defending Super Bowl champions. And yet it seems like every week, every other week, their fans are very upset at the things they cannot do. I mean, in 3 straight weeks, they scored 21, 15, and 19 points not too long ago, right? They blew a 21-0 lead against the Dallas Cowboys. Now, the last 2 weeks, they've come back in a big way. I mean, they scored, 60? They've outscored their opponents 60-18 over the last 2 weeks. That's the Raiders and Commanders, right? Not world beaters. But they won 4 in a row, they lost 2. They won 4 in a row, they lost 3. They won 2 in a row, right? I mean, they're very hot and cold. They're very streaky. There always seems to be drama going on. It's basically a team that, yes, they're trying to figure it out at the right time, just like the Bills are trying to figure it out at the right time to put everything together. In the meantime, they're good enough. They have a good enough roster to be able to get to where they are with, 10 wins for them, 11 wins for the Bills, and still, Bills' case, clinch a playoff spot. In their case, already clinch a division. So they're still that good, and they could still beat you by a couple touchdowns, or they could be in the fourth quarter going, why have we only scored 10 points?
That's the thing that is so confusing about them is I can look at the Bills roster and see okay, they don't have maybe the most talent at this position and this position. The Bills have maybe a deep roster, but not, no one would call it a loaded, elite players all over the place. The Eagles have talent, it feels like, at every position group. And that doesn't appear to be the thing that holds them back. So figuring out what it is, I could see why an Eagles fan would be frustrated, even though they just won the Super Bowl. It's because why is this really not working or looking better when our roster has all pro talent almost at every position group?
Yeah, it's a real good question. I mean, your brother would be a good person to ask this, and I'm sure maybe you'll talk to him this week. But
yes.
I would say that I think offensive line has been an issue a bit this year. They've had injuries, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
Lane Johnson in and out of the lineup, that's hurt them for sure. I mean, they just have not been able to run the ball the way that they were last year, the way that they have been with Saquon in the past. You think about what James Cook is doing. James Cook is like 500 yards ahead of Saquon Barkley this year. They just haven't been able to run the ball like that. And I think there's always questions about the quarterback. He's such a gamer. He really is. I mean, I'm a big Jalen Hurts fan. I really am. Jalen Hurts seems like a great teammate, great leader. He can go out there. He's a gamer. But I do think he has limitations. And I think sometimes when everything is not really great around him, it feels like that those limitations start to show up a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sal, finally, the Bills, so they clinch a playoff spot officially last night with the Colts loss. So it's another year in the postseason. And I wonder, like, is there any room for you on, like, extra credit or maybe, like, on a day like today for the Bills overall or McDermott or whoever? Just because it's a year where, all right, we've seen that you can have the elite quarterback and still find a way to miss the playoffs because there's 3 teams that's going to happen to, and here are the Bills. Like, they've got problems, and they're still finding a way to get there.
Yeah, I think any team that gets to the playoffs 7 straight years deserves a lot of credit from top down. It can't be just quarterback all the time because, we see teams like the Chiefs. We see teams like the Ravens. We see teams like the Bengals, and they're not in there. And it's pretty remarkable when you have a streak like this. I believe the Bills right now have the longest current active streak of making the playoffs of any team in the NFL since the Chiefs are out this year, to be honest with you. It's hard to do. You get to the playoffs 2-3 straight years. A lot of times there's a bit of a reset. There's a step back. And that really hasn't happened to the Bills. This actually has been a bit of a step back because they're going to finish apparently maybe second in the division. I know they can still win it. So, yeah, I do think that the organization overall deserves credit, but I don't know if anybody wants to hear that, Joe, because they've been to this spot and they haven't gotten that far, and as far as they want. Everybody, that's the ultimate goal. And through this run, they haven't ultimately made it to a Super Bowl. And if they don't this year, no one's going to really care that much that they've made 7 straight years, and they're going to say it doesn't matter. You can make it 10 straight years. I remember, now I'm not comparing the 2 coaches or organizations, but I think this is what happened like in Cincinnati when Marvin Lewis would every year make the playoffs. And they couldn't make it. What's happening in Pittsburgh every year right now, right? But the difference is there. Pittsburgh, obviously, they have a Super Bowl under Mike Tomlin. Same thing with John Harbaugh. They have a Super Bowl in Baltimore. The Bills don't have that grace for fans to say, this is great. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if I shared the story with you the other day. I know I was on the air, and I think I did with Schoten Bulldog. But either way, I was in Cleveland and talking with a media member, and he said to me, boy, what's it like covering a really good team every year? And I'm like, wow, look, there's a lot of pressure on this team. Like, yeah, they're really good.
Yeah.
But unlike in Cleveland, when no one is expecting you to win right now, like everybody needs the Bills to win because it's just this pressure cooker that, yeah, you're really good, but you got to win. And then he said to me, and this is a really good comparison. He said, well, it's like covering the Cavs with LeBron, right? Like they were so good every year that you don't enjoy the success because it's so much pressure to win the ultimate title if you don't do it.
Right. Like LeBron would lose in the finals, and that was looked at as a failure for him.
Right, and you don't enjoy the successes along the way, he said. And I think today's a day for that, Joe, to answer your original question. I think today is a day for that. Like, today's a day to enjoy that. Like, look at how successful this team truly has been, and try and enjoy those successes along the way.
I envy the people that can do that on a consistent basis, because I think, I said this earlier or the other day, that They not only need to win one because obviously they need to win one and this city has never seen it and everybody wants them to, but also I feel like, Sal, the sooner they win it, the sooner everybody can get to enjoying everything, Like, if that pressure is alleviated, I don't think it would go over here the way it has in Philadelphia. And maybe it's because they've won other championships, but they're right back the next year, like, what is happening, yelling at the coach, screaming about the quarterback. And I think that it's tougher for some Bills fans to enjoy the win is a win type of mentality when you just have that pressure lurking over your shoulder, which is, this quarterback is 30 and I don't have one yet. Like, come on, let's do it. Because if they were to do it, I think everybody after that would kind of, be able to enjoy everything a lot easier.
No, I don't doubt it. I don't argue with you on that. I will tell you, I can speak from experience in this regard as a Syracuse basketball fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for many, many years, they had made Final Fours. They went to the national title in 87 and lost. They went to the national title in 96 and lost. They had this coach who was there a long, long time, went to Final Fours, never won it. Finally, they won it in 03. And it was just this, the balloon finally popped. The air. Oh, my God. Like, you finally have that. But Joe, I will tell you, even that, like, it does go away pretty quickly because you find yourself right back competing and everybody telling you can't win another one and it was a fluke or all these different things, right? I mean, like, everything comes in. You're right. I think that, like, you got to take time to kind of smell the roses a bit. You got to take time to enjoy the successes. And if that were to happen, I think, okay, we're good here for a little while. The flag will fly forever. Mm-hmm. But then you start to think about what's the next step. Well, Josh now needs how many to get to Mahomes? And Josh needs how many to seal his legacy for all these other Hall of Famers? And I think that would become the next talk. And it's different this year because you see the Patriots and Drake May now, right? And I think that that's what's starting to happen as well.
Yep. All right, Sal. Have you looked up how many more visits the Bills have to Arrowhead yet? Or could have to Arrowhead?
Oh, you know what? I did not. And next year is not one of them. Next year, I believe the Chiefs come here again.
They're here, yeah. So I don't know if they would go there until I can pull that up real quick. The Bills will be playing at the AFC West TBD team in 2027 and in 2028. So they're really not guaranteed to go there for the next couple of years.
They have to be in the same spot they finish over the next 2 years to be able to do that. So they will go to one of the AFC West teams over the next couple of years. I did also see that by 2031 or 2032, I didn't realize, I guess, is Denver building a dome? Because I read someone tweeted that everybody in the AFC West will be playing in a dome by, like, that time.
Okay. I know Denver was looking at a new stadium, so that wouldn't be surprising.
So I wonder, I didn't see that was, like, finalized, but I guess apparently that might be the case.
This is a lot in a short amount of time, isn't it? The Bills' new stadium, yes. Tennessee is already building it, Jacksonville, right? And then, how many am I missing? Cleveland, and then the couple we just mentioned. Like, that's a lot of stadiums in a short amount of time.
Yeah, so this is, I think if you think about the history of kind of sports in this regard, this is kind of what happens where you get a bunch of them and then nothing for 25 years and then a bunch of them again. And it's funny, Joe, I literally had this conversation on the field with somebody the other day thinking, okay, when the Browns came back in, they built that stadium in 99. That stadium is only 25 years old. Now, they built it pretty quick. Let's get one up. We want to get our team back. I get it, right? Yeah. It wasn't like a lot of the stadiums now and all these studies and it takes years and years. But it's like that stadium is half the age of the Highmark Stadium, and they're replacing it and building a dome, right? You know what I mean? It's crazy to think about in that regard.
Right. All right. Thank you, Sal. Looking forward to the Christmas Eve poem tomorrow. So
yeah, I'm still working on rhyming Kekalainen. So
if I think of anything, I'll let you know. I'm not sure I will.
I got you, buddy.
All right,
you got it.
Thanks, Sal.
Yep.
All right, 803-0550, if you can come up with anything that rhymes with Kekalainen. Maybe rhyming with Yarmo would be a little bit easier. You could definitely rhyme something with Yarmo, I'm sure. Yarmo Parmo? It's not really a word, but I don't know. 803-0550 is the phone number. James Cook leading the rushing title race, by the way, by 43 yards, as we mentioned, which I think is worth tracking down the stretch here. He'd be the first Bill to do it since the 70s. When we come back, more of your phone calls on the thing you think could be holding the Bills back from making the Super Bowl this year, what you're most worried about. We got Lindy coming up at 8, so we will talk some Sabres, and we will before that as well. 6-game win streak. They're going for 7 in a row tonight against the Ottawa Senators, who are on a 4-game win streak of their own. And it's the first matchup, I believe, between Josh Norris and Dylan Cousins with both in the lineup. So some hockey coming your way as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I actually was talking about this yesterday with my barber that, like, what he asked me, how many receivers do you think are coming back next year? And I'm like, of this group, 2? Right? Like Shakir's coming back here. And Palmer's probably on the team because he's under contract. Maybe 3 with Shavers, just for special team stuff, and then you fill it out. Like, they're going to, I think, overhaul that position. But are they going to overhaul it with, one huge investment, top-level guy that can play with Allen, and then a bunch of role players, or is it just going to be all role players? That's the real question. And I think what might push them towards that is if they fall short this year, and that's why it happens. And it's clear that that's why it happens. I think you could show evidence that they've lost multiple playoff games in a row in part because they have not had good performances or trustworthy performances at that position. But I know the defense is where their eyes have gone to. If they lost a playoff game where the defense did actually perform and you got shut down by a Houston or a Denver, and it's clear that, if you look like the Houston game again, where Allen's running around, he's buying time, and nobody's getting open for him, and that is happening a lot in a playoff game that they lose, I think they'll act on it. Because they very often will act on how the season ended. And they just haven't thought yet that, the reason the season ended was because of, the receiver room. It's always been the defense or pass rush. It's pass rush. It's always been pass rush for them. I think the secondary point, by the way, I don't want to just gloss over that. Like, McDermott creating great secondaries and sometimes doing it from scratch without any high-profile players is massive. If you made me pick what's more important over the last 7 years to have an elite front seven or an elite back seven, give me the back seven. We've seen the evidence. I mean, their defense, I have a bet with Jeremy that they'll never, he bet they'll never have a bottom 10 defense with this head coach. They've not to this point. And I think a big, even the Chiefs have. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with a bottom 10 defense, by the way. I think one of the big reasons that that's the case and they have had consistency is if you can be good in the secondary, then you're almost incapable of being a bad defense. And I don't know. Cincinnati's been out here with Trey Hendrickson for years, and they've been the worst defense in the league. I know that's only one player. It's not a whole pass rush, but I'd rather have the secondary.
Last night's 49ers win over the Colts. They currently stand at the 6th seed with their 11-4 record. It'll be the 7th straight playoff appearance, which is the longest active streak in the NFL. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and provided an injury update. Josh Allen with a foot injury, Daquan Jones with a calf injury, Jordan Poyer dealing with a hamstring injury, and Shaq Thompson with a neck injury are all day-to-day. And Matt Prater dealing with the quad injury, Jordan Phillips with an ankle injury are improving. Our own Sal Capaccio later reported that McDermott said there were no setbacks for Allen after the game and having his foot x-rayed. He said he is sore and doesn't anticipate him being unavailable Sunday versus the Eagles. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres are in action on the road tonight in Ottawa, taking on the Senators. They look to expand upon their current 6-game win streak, and you'll be able to catch all of the game action with Puck Drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, as mentioned last night, the Colts fall short to the 49ers, 48-27. DK Metcalf has been suspended for 2 games for conduct detrimental to the NFL for initiating a physical confrontation with a fan during Sunday's game against the Lions. Metcalf has elected to appeal the suspension. The Chiefs are on the move as well in 2030 from Missouri to Kansas as they will begin construction on a new state-of-the-art stadium to call home. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The mindset, the fact that we believe that we can win, we put in the work during the week, we're prepared, we're ready for whatever they throw at us, and we got Drake May. Drake May is a hell of a quarterback. I feel like he approaches this game like a young blank. I don't want to say his name. Just as far as like how this offense is ran and the success that he has and how he stays just right here, I love it, man. I tell him to keep his chin up, and he got a lot of good with him.
That is Stefan Diggs. Why didn't he want to say Josh Allen? A young blank?
Was it Josh Allen? Owen and I were talking about this.
It's definitely Josh Allen.
You
think it'd be who?
Tom Brady?
Patriots.
Okay.
Is it Allen?
Okay, it's not bad. It could be.
It
You're
could
right.
be either one to me.
No, it might be more likely to be Brady because to me, why wouldn't Diggs say like a young Josh Allen? He probably has said it actually already.
I
think he has.
Almost positive that he has. That's what made me think like he just doesn't want to say Brady.
I'm pretty sure he has said he's compared May to Allen already.
Mm-hmm. The first meeting
as a young Allen. So Brady would make sense, right? Like because I'm sure no one in New England wants to make that comparison, even though they'd be excited about the guy.
Right. It just doesn't feel.
Yeah.
That's probably inappropriate.
Okay. Yeah, year 2, we're throwing Tom Brady around like that.
Okay. Right. Yeah, probably right. You know what? I'm going to side with you. I think it's going to be. I think it's Brady.
Look at us.
I think you got it.
I know.
Because why would he care about?
Yeah.
Do you think it would make Patriots fans mad?
Maybe it could be Allen.
Because honestly, Diggs every time he did the thing at the locker room, right, and like the halftime, where like he was John with the Bills, but so was Matt Collins. So like I'm not saying it's a lovely relationship right now, but I feel like every time I've heard Diggs talk about May and Allen comparisons, he's always talking like so glowingly about Allen. And if I were a Patriots fan, I'd be like, all right, enough. Stop talking. So they're the enemy now. Stop.
Right. That's your way to him saying it that way about Allen is that he got told by somebody like they don't like how much you talk about how much you like Allen.
Yeah,
that's
the PR
possible.
team's quiet down with the Josh Allen praise. Like he's our anti.
He's our guy. He's not our guy. He's the talk about our guy.
Right.
Not their guy.
803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. Deborah's got a Jarmo Kekalainen. Right. All right, let's do that before we get back to Bill's calls. How's it going, Deborah?
Hey, pretty good. Good morning, everyone. Wanted to help Sal out. That's a tough one. Let's have some holiday whining and dining.
With Jarmo Kekalainen?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I like it. Thank you for calling.
You're welcome. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Whining and dining. All right. The whining especially, Sal's going to work something into that. We did get a tweet, too, just a second ago. Sabres fans can finally stop their whining. They actually hired Jarmo Kekalainen. All right. there's something to be had here. I'm looking forward to what Sal has tomorrow. 803-0550, the phone number. All right, Gina in Delaware is next up. How's it going, Gina?
Hey, happy Festivus. Today is Festivus. It's airing of the grievances. First of all, you need 2 polls. One poll, let the Mafia decide. Is it Brady versus Allen? I think it's 50-50. It could go either way. You know how I feel about Diggs. I'm a Diggs lover. I'm enjoying watching May and Diggs. That's not what I called to talk about. First of all, Merry Christmas to everybody, including the whole WGR family. I appreciate you guys. I love calling in, and I just love sharing my love with everybody. But I'm airing my grievances right now, and what I'm saying is, anybody who's got a problem with Sean McDermott, I got a problem with you. Because I appreciate him still to this day. I appreciate the process. I trust the process. I appreciate his loyalty, his faith base. I appreciate what he's done for the Buffalo Bills, our culture, and our city. So then, that being said, after what Sal said, totally agree. Enjoy the journey, people. It's really hard. You know I'm an OG. I tell you that all the time, an old girl, okay? But moving forward, I get it. It's the journey. Because it is hard to get to the Super Bowl. By the way, I am in the midst of Eagles fans. My whole place of work is Eagles. I will be breaking bread with an Eagle fan on Sunday. That should be fun. Because I am a minority here, and it's okay. So what I try to say to myself especially, enjoy the journey, Gina. How hard is it to get to the Super Bowl, let alone 4 straight ones and not make it, let alone 7 straight playoff shows? Come on, people. Love Sean McDermott. That's my problem today. Happy Festivus. Merry Christmas. Don't be a goldfish. Remember, go Bills.
Merry Christmas. Thanks, Gina. The Bills fans that are after McDermott, I think it's not as loud as it has been in previous seasons. I think everyone recognizes he's doing a pretty darn good job this year with a roster that is not fully up to snuff and that has a lot of holes on it. I mean, offensively, it's mostly just the receiver room, but then defensively, I mean, especially with the injuries that they've dealt with, they've not really, have they yet lost a game specifically because of their defense? Has that happened yet? No, right? Like Houston and Miami, you couldn't score. And your defense did figure it out in the second half. Same with Atlanta. I mean, to patch that all together, it's been a good job. I will say this, though. I'm not on team, well, you got to get rid of McDermott right now. He can never win the big one. Like, I'm not there. I'm definitely open to getting there at some point, though. I don't think a guy should get this quarterback's entire career. Almost anybody. It wouldn't matter who the coach was. Doesn't matter if he's a defensive-minded coach, offensive-minded coach, whether he broke the drought, didn't break the drought. I'm going to want to see someone else get a crack at it if a few more years go by and it still hasn't happened. But I'm not really that close, I guess, to getting there right now. You would need to tell me, all right, you're getting rid of him and Matt LaFleur is coming in. Like, it has to be somebody that has some sort of a proven track record right away. Because I don't think I would have time for and hope they wouldn't have time for. Let's find out if this offensive coordinator that had 2 good years on a team is ready to do the job. You know, like that has its appeal. But if we're talking 2-3 years down the road, 4 years down the road, whatever it is, then that's not going to be the best idea. So, like, I could see myself getting there eventually. I'm not there now. I'm not there now. We'll see. Things can change very quickly. And I don't know how I'll feel the day after a playoff loss where their defense gets lit up by a Bo Nix or a Trevor Lawrence. Tough to predict how I'll feel about it then. I know there are definitely some Bills fans that would be, and like, final straw. Come on. We got to do something about this. And maybe I'd be there too. I don't think they're going to have a problem, though. I don't see offenses in this AFC playoff picture that would completely school the Bills from beginning to end. Maybe the Jaguars. I know I've said that a lot since they won on Sunday, and maybe that sounds like it's overreaction to one big game, but it was an impressive game, and it's not just one game. They have looked like this for over a month. But any other offense in the AFC, like, I don't know. What would the Chargers do to McDermott's defense right now? Herbert's good, but they can't block. Houston wouldn't do anything. There's no team like Baltimore last year when they were going into the Ravens game. I thought, man, they're about to get dunked on. I thought maybe they could keep up on offense, but how are they going to stop both Jackson and Henry? And it seemed like a mountain of a task, and I don't see that mountain right now in their way. Not defensively, at least. Offensively, they certainly have a couple of defenses that could do it to them. 803-0550 is the phone number on our poll. Also, some Sabres talk. Lindy's coming up at 8 o'clock in the middle of a 6-game win streak. We'll talk to the Sabres head coach in about 15 minutes. That's coming up here on Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. What are we most concerned about with this Bills team right now? And it doesn't have to be the receiving core, because I think that is obviously the lightning rod position. It's rare, I think, that Bills fans would all be in unison on one thing where you'd all go, okay, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Because there are McDermott detractors, and there are people that think McDermott is good enough. He is good enough to win me a Super Bowl as my head coach. And there are others that the second 13 seconds happened, and maybe, the second that they lose to the Bengals, or the second that he makes mistakes at the end in a game against Philly in the regular season, that you've, along the way, decided this dude's not winning the Super Bowl. This guy has a fatal flaw, and it's just not going to happen with him. So you could think it's McDermott. You could think it's the personnel on defense, that this team doesn't have a defensive line that's good enough, and that they're going to get pushed around. They're going to get bullied come playoff time. But the receiving room is absolutely going to be top of list. I think for a majority, I'll put a poll up actually to see if that ends up being the case. I think that's probably what you'll find out. Matt Harmon tweeted, and again, it's the Bills receiving room. So even Matt knows that you got to lead off a tweet about the Bills receiving room with the two words, dead horse, but. Those three words. Those three words are kind of how you got to start every conversation. It is absolutely beating a dead horse. What Matt said is this receiving room for a contending team is so insane. And he posted the numbers of all the Bills receivers from this last game against Cleveland, and how Josh Palmer's out here running 74% of the routes on their dropbacks, and he only had 2 yards. And Tyrell Shavers is running routes on 65% of their routes in that game, and he had 1 catch. Just you do not have anybody right now that you'd feel confident in. I actually was talking about this yesterday with my barber, that, he asked me, how many receivers do you think are coming back next year? And I'm like, of this group, 2? Right? Like, Shakir's coming back, and Palmer's probably on the team because he's under contract. Maybe 3 with Shavers, just for special team stuff, and then you fill it out. Like, they're going to, I think, overhaul that position. But are they going to overhaul it with, one huge investment, top-level guy that can play with Allen, and then a bunch of role players, or is it just going to be all role players? That's the real question. And I think what might push them towards that is if they fall short this year, and that's why it happens. And it's clear that that's why it happens. I think you could show evidence that they've lost multiple playoff games in a row in part because they have not had good performances or trustworthy performances at that position. But I know the defense is where their eyes have gone to. If they lost a playoff game where the defense did actually perform and you got shut down by a Houston or a Denver, and it's clear that, if you look like the Houston game again, where Allen's running around, he's buying time, and nobody's getting open for him, and that is happening a lot in a playoff game that they lose, I think they'll act on it. Because they very often will act on how the season ended. And they just haven't thought yet that, the reason the season ended was because of, the receiver room. It's always been the defense or pass rush. It's pass rush. It's always been pass rush for them.
And Michael Badgley, who was cut by the Colts 2 weeks ago after missing an extra point. Oh, on cue. Doink.
Did you jinx him while he was kicking?
I think I may have. It's on me, Michael.
I don't think that's a jinx. Is it? It would be a jinx to say, like, a guy hasn't missed a kick in a long time, right?
It's true.
To say he has missed a kick, I don't think that's a jinx.
No, he was explaining simply why he got released prior.
Right.
And the exact situation as to why he got released played out.
Yeah, no, jinx is this guy hasn't missed an extra point bang, off the upright. Uh-oh, that's a jinx. I don't think that's a jinx. Michael Badgley, we'll see if he kicks for the Bills again. He could be a one-game wonder for the Bills. We'll see. Matt Prater maybe going to practice this week, and Tyler Bass out for the year. They could look for a new kicker if Prater was going to miss more time anyway. 803-0550, the phone number. One quick call before the break. Joe in Williamsville. What's up, Joe?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
I was a little surprised when I woke up this morning, found out the Bills made the playoffs, and just briefly listened to your show. Some people are talking about replacing McDermott. They got to be crazy. I've been following the Bills since 1962. You want bad coaching. You haven't seen bad coaching. I mean, McDermott is great. Next of all, I'm looking to increase the Bills' chances of getting into the Super Bowl. The next two games, they have to sit their starters, most of their starters, especially the ones that have been injured. Look at what happened to Allen last game. I almost fell over when he went out and he was limping around, and they x-rayed his foot at halftime. They have to protect their starters. It doesn't matter if they finish in 6th or 7th place in the playoffs positions. They have to be healthy. And that's what I have to say. I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Love you guys.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Joe. Thanks for the call. I could see them doing it in Week 18, but that's going to have to come with that game being meaningless. And that's not – it's probably just for the division. I wonder what they do. I mean, the only way the division, by the way, would be out of reach by Week 18 would be if the Bills lose to the Eagles on Sunday. If the Bills lose to the Eagles on Sunday and New England beats the New York Jets, then that's over. But you would still be fighting for the 5 seed. So, and that's valuable. I don't know what they would say about it in an honest moment, like what they would think about the difference between the 5 and the 6. But the difference between playing in Pittsburgh versus playing either in Jacksonville or New England or Denver, I see a difference there. And I think that's worth fighting for. Is it worth fighting for if Allen's dealing with a foot injury and playing him for an entire game instead of like a half? Then maybe not that. But I'd be playing all my guys in Week 18 to get that 5 seed if I could get it. And right now they're tied with the Chargers, but behind in the conference. So that game would be their AFC game to make up for it with Chargers, so that would be big. All right, when we come back, Lindy Ruff. Sabres play tonight, looking for a 7th win in a row. We'll talk to the Sabres head coach, and then Howard picks the Bills next hour as well. That's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour here on Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I think the secondary point, by the way, I don't want to just gloss over that. Like, McDermott creating great secondaries and sometimes doing it from scratch without any high-profile players is massive. If you made me pick what's more important over the last 7 years to have an elite front 7 or an elite back 7, give me the back 7. We've seen the evidence. I mean, their defense, I have a bet with Jeremy that they'll never, he bet they'll never have a bottom 10 defense with this head coach. They've not to this point. And I think a big, even the Chiefs have. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with a bottom 10 defense, by the way. I think one of the big reasons that that's the case and they have had consistency is if you can be good in the secondary, then you're almost incapable of being a bad defense. And I don't know. Cincinnati's been out here with Trey Hendrickson for years, and they've been the worst defense in the league. I know that's only one player. It's not a whole pass rush, but I'd rather have the secondary. I actually was talking about this yesterday with my barber that, he asked me, how many receivers do you think are coming back next year? And I'm like, of this group, 2? Right? Like, Shakir's coming back, and Palmer's probably on the team because he's under contract. Maybe 3 with Shavers, just for special team stuff, and then you fill it out. Like, they're going to, I think, overhaul that position. But are they going to overhaul it with, one huge investment, top-level guy that can play with Allen, and then a bunch of role players, or is it just going to be all role players? That's the real question. And I think what might push them towards that is if they fall short this year, and that's why it happens. And it's clear that that's why it happens. I think you could show evidence that they've lost multiple playoff games in a row in part because they have not had good performances or trustworthy performances at that position. But I know the defense is where their eyes have gone to. If they lost a playoff game where the defense did actually perform and you got shut down by a Houston or a Denver, and it's clear that, if you look like the Houston game again, where Allen's running around, he's buying time and nobody's getting open for him, and that is happening a lot in a playoff game that they lose, I think they'll act on it. Because they very often will act on how the season ended. And they just haven't thought yet that, the reason the season ended was because of, the receiver room. It's always been the defense or pass rush. It's pass rush. It's always been pass rush for them.
The Bills, playoff bound, following last night's 49ers win over the Colts. They're currently standing at the 6th seed with their 11-4 record. It'll be their 7th straight playoff appearance, which is the longest active streak in the NFL. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and provided an injury update. Josh Allen dealing with a foot injury, Daquan Jones with a calf injury, Jordan Poyer with a hamstring injury, and Shaq Thompson with a neck injury are all day-to-day. And improving are Matt Prater and Jordan Phillips. Our own Sal Capaccio later reported that McDermott said there were no setbacks for Allen after the game and having his foot x-rayed. He said he is, quote, sore and doesn't anticipate him being unavailable Sunday against the Eagles. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in action tonight on the road in Ottawa, taking on the Senators. They look to expand upon the current 6-game win streak. You'll be able to catch all of the game action with puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff joins Joe DiBiase up next. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this week. Happy holidays, as the Sabres are searching for a 7th win in a row tonight in Ottawa. We are joined on the Western Hotline by Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, Merry Christmas. Thanks for being on.
Yeah, Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you too.
How do you feel like the vibes in the room are when a team is on a 6-game win streak like this?
I think the vibe has been very good. We've managed the emotions of not trying to get too high and put the wins away and get ready for the next game. And, we're looking at a game tonight against Ottawa. Ottawa's on a 4-game winning streak and playing really well. So we know we're in for a real tough contest here with this last game before the holiday.
Have you felt like there's a different energy at all with the team during this streak, and especially in the last couple of weeks?
I think the energy has been good. I think there's added energy when we've had guys come back into the lineup. I think, when we look at a guy like Norris coming back into the lineup and the depth through our lineup now, the lines have remained the same, and I think we've got some continuity, although we've had a guy like Timmins go out and Zucker's gone out. But through the stretch, I think, there's been a lot of good things, and just want to try to maintain that, that consistent hockey that allows you to win games night after night.
Yeah, when Jarmo Kekalainen had done his introductory press conference last week, and even with us, he had mentioned the compete level on a night-to-night basis, and you've talked about that too all year. How do you feel like that is going right now, especially that last game, Lindy? Because there are built-in excuses to that, right? Like, you played the night before, you're on the road against a good team, they got their best player back, and especially that second period, it felt like the team's compete level, as previously mentioned, was there.
Yeah, you look at the first period, and you mentioned excuses. You can always use excuses, but you need to find reasons to win a game. After the first period, we lost the compete game in the first period. So we talked about, how we're going to win that compete, coming to the puck, getting the tighter connected, 3 guys closer in the offensive zone, shortening up the shifts, trying to get higher energy in a shorter period of time, winning more foot races. That's the compete inside the game that you have to win. And if you can win that, it's almost like a running game in football. You start to get ozone time. They start to chip pucks out. And I thought we started to stack shifts on top of shifts where we were inside the offensive zone and they didn't generate any offense, and we were able to keep coming after them. And the good part about that is we just kept on doing it. And I thought we played a really good second period.
Yeah, the second for sure. How did you feel about the third also? Because that's one where I remember saying to Owen here that as that second is ongoing, thinking, man, it'd be good to get the lead here because I wonder if they'll run out of gas playing at this pace. And you did get the lead. So how did you feel about how they finished?
I thought we really played well defensively. I thought we had 2 or 3 good opportunities on plays that we drove in wide, going to the net to increase that to 3-1. We didn't, but we didn't make the big mistakes that allowed, the high-quality opportunities. We did, we allowed 1 or 2, which is pretty normal. We got some really good saves out of UPL and allowed us to win a hockey game.
How have you felt about your goaltending, especially UPL getting that start? Because he hadn't been in a while, hadn't won a game in a while. How nice was it to see UPL give you a performance like that?
I thought it was great. I mean, you look at our schedule and where we're at, and the schedule that's coming up. The schedule in the last 3 months of the year, where almost every team is going to need 2 goaltenders. You need 2 good goaltenders. I mean, we happen to have 3 good goaltenders right now. It was great for UPL to step in. I thought the early goal and then his response after that, I thought was mentally, it just seemed like he was locked in. And that's the type of goaltending we need. He made 1 unbelievable save that kept the game at 1-0. And I think those are the saves that, get you up on the bench and get the guys pumped up. And I was really happy for him.
Yeah, Lindy, you've gotten a lot better play in this streak from your goaltenders, especially with Alex Lyon playing the way he has in Vancouver and Seattle specifically, I remember. How much credit do you think goes to the increased and better play in your D zone versus what those goaltenders have done in their own games? It seems like both are sort of syncing up in a good place together right now, and I'm curious what you think each side sort of has a role to play there.
Yeah, I think it's all connected. Our neutral zone play, so teams don't skate through us, to how we play in the D zone. We can mention the number of shots that our players have blocked. You go to the Vancouver game and guys selling out to block some shots when there was good opportunities. That was probably the thing that sticks out the biggest in my mind. But they're all connected. And I thought, our neutral zone in the Jersey game, it stalled out their speed. It stalled out a Hughes and a Bratt and a Heischer. And when you can take the other team's speed away, once you get in the D zone, then a lot of times, if you can get out within that 6 to 8 second mark, you get to go play offense. So I think all those are connected.
Do you think there's anything too also with Lyon that he's given you his best hockey twice this season, really in the stretches where he's played the most in a row? I think when I look back, we were concerned that we were going to reach a point where we were overplaying him. I think there's no science on it, but there's a window you can get to where a goalie feels comfortable playing, maybe 3-4 games in a row. But at the same time, if you look at the schedule, which I mentioned, we're going to need both goaltenders. I think you're going to look at a situation where you look at the schedule and you think, and everything isn't always hard written, but you mark this game down for this guy or that guy, and keep both guys going because you're going to need the goalies when you start playing back to back and 4 and 6, and our guys have done it for us. Lindy Ruff with us on the West Her Hotline. The team obviously has been a little bit healthier. I mean, still no Kulik and Zucker and others, but Josh Norris, since he's returned, Lindy, here he's playing against his former team tonight in Ottawa. Is he giving you, especially in this win streak, but really overall, exactly what you would have envisioned for him before the season had started since he's returned from injury?
Well, for sure. I think when we started the season, we envisioned, Josh being like our 1-2 centerman, Yuri Kulik, who had finished last year in such a great place, being one of our top centermen, and we start the year without those 2 guys. But I think what we're seeing right now is what we expected. I think he's skating well. He's getting to the inside. I thought great effort on the first goal the other night, where real good face-off play, and Dahl got it into the goaltender, and he won that battle. I think his play in the power play, has lifted our power play. So there's a lot about what we're seeing right now is exactly what we thought we would see with a healthy Josh Norris.
And I just wanted to ask you a little bit about Matthias Samuelsson, Lindy. He has been a changed player from what we saw last season, and it might not be the easiest thing for an average fan to see. So I just wanted to ask you what you have seen in Matthias's game that has really elevated him this season.
His physicality, his defending. If you watch inside the game, how many times he has ended plays with physicality, and his skating has been good. He's really put together a great start to this season, and he's really been the guy that's been the most solid back there on the back end. He's been real good on the penalty kill. All parts of his games have been real good. But I would go back to the last 25 games of last year, where I thought he was our top defenseman. Didn't get off to a great start. But got to about game 40 and his game started coming around, and I thought he finished the year in a great place. He had a great summer when it comes to training, and he came to camp, and he's really used that to elevate his play, and he's been really solid back there for us.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Wester Hotline. Lindy, how have your conversations been like with Jarmo Kekalainen in the last week? Or is it different at all, like the relationship with him from when he was the senior advisor? I know you had mentioned how he would come down to the coach's room and you'd have conversations. How much has that changed, I guess, in the last week with him?
Not a lot has changed. When Jarmo came in as the advisor, he would sit with us almost every day. We open door policy, so he sat in on a lot of the conversations we would have as coaches in the morning. He was in there after games. He's doing what he does, and I think the conversations are the same. The normal GM coach conversations take place, whether we're talking about how players played, about the upcoming lineup. There's times you have to look a little bit ahead in the lineup, and we've discussed some of those things. But really, the normal conversations that a GM and coach would have, they're all taking place.
Lindy Ruff with us. Thank you, Lindy, for joining. Merry Christmas, and good luck going for 7 in a row tonight.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all of you guys.
Thanks, Lindy. Lindy Ruff with us. Sabres and Senators tonight in Ottawa, and Josh Norris making his return to the Senators, having more than a point a game on the season. It's 10 points in 9 games for him. And the shootout winner the other night, by the way, against the Islanders. That trade right now. So I try not to take part in the endless, let's fight with the other team's fans about who won the trade on social media. I do enjoy watching it sometimes. I'll take part on the air here for a moment. That trade is going exactly how I would have thought it was when they made it. Exactly what I would have thought. Like, I was at a place with Dylan Cousins where I thought he's lost here and it's not coming back. It had been so many games between the great Dylan Cousins that you saw in 22-23 when he scored 30 goals and where he was when they traded him, that I had written off the idea that it was ever coming back.
Certainly not here.
Not here.
Yeah.
And really,
anywhere.
It hasn't really come back in Ottawa.
No.
I mean, he's giving them value on the power play, and that's not nothing. Like,
for sure.
I said before the season, like, if you can get a good power play and good goaltending, you don't even have to be a good team and you'll make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he's giving them a lot on the power play. 6 power play goals on the season. That's already a career high. He never had that many for Buffalo.
Right.
But he has scored 1 5-on-5 goal since like October 16th.
Yeah, he's kind of just a black hole 5-on-5. Like, nothing really happens. It's not necessarily bad, but he's not driving play like we kind of thought when he first got here. He looked like a driver. Like,
yeah,
he controlled the game when he was out there when the puck was on his stick, and that is not, I don't think, the player that he is now.
No, I always thought that he was a player that over time watching him, it was clear to me he is at his best when the game is moving at an insanely high pace, and you don't really have to think quickly. You don't have to think, and slow the game down. It's play on instinct. And the way Granato had this team flying for a while, which was, don't worry about making mistakes. Play fast and play free, And that was, I thought, that's what I think Cousins thrives in.
Yeah.
When the game starts to slow down the way they wanted it to slow down, and now you got to start to think more, and, it's more board battles, and it's less about your speed. Right. As soon as that happened, felt like we saw a lot of the things that stop him from being an elite center.
Yeah, and a lot of people associate that with that Garnett Hathaway fight where he got his face caved in. And, I get it. I'm sure that's a part of where his confidence went. But I think it was more an issue with him as a player is not.
Yeah.
It's not what we thought it was when he first got here and he was, scoring 24 goals or whatever he had that 1 year.
This is not to say that he's dumb.
No,
I don't want to put it this way. But
he's not as effective as he was. You trade Josh Norris for him.
In the way I would think that Zach Benson on the hockey IQ scale is all the way to the right on that dude is a 100 on hockey IQ. That Cousins is closer to the other end of the spectrum. He's faster. He has a better shot. He's more physical. Sure. And that's what allows him to have a spot in the National Hockey League. But I just never thought that it was going to work here, especially the way they wanted to play. And it's not really happening out. And on the Norris side, to get to how it's going exactly how I thought, I think Norris is definitely a better player, and he has injury problems.
Right. That was when that deal got made, it felt to me like people were very angry because they did not know what Josh Norris was. He is a way better player than Dylan Cousins ever was and ever will be. He's really good. And we're seeing it now. He's been unbelievable since he came back from injury. And I don't blame anybody for not knowing that because you barely ever saw him play.
Right.
But when you did, this is what you got. He is smooth and really smart, and
he can finish at a higher level than Cousins. Yep.
And he can make plays, and he is he's a great hockey player. And we've all said that since the start. I think maybe not everybody wanted to listen because you just, let me see him play a few games, and here we are. Now you're just can he stay healthy for, the rest of the year? If he can do that, I'll feel pretty good about those Sabres having a really, really good center depth situation.
Tage, Norris, and McLeod.
Norris, McLeod, Kulik. You can win with those guys playing center.
Yeah, I think you can build off of that.
100%. I don't know how many center groups you'd look around the league. There's a lot of that. That's a good group of centers in a league that's desperate for centers all the time.
Does that mean you don't want to trade for Austin Matthews like some people on Toronto radio are suggesting maybe they should do?
I would trade. I would stay away.
I might trade all. I love those centers. I might trade all three of them to get Austin Matthews.
I don't like him this year.
He's not
in
the
traded. Last year and a half.
He's not getting traded anyway.
No, he's not.
No,
but I
think
I'd stay away from him. Really. Which I feel crazy saying, but I would stay away from Austin Matthews. If I had to trade...
I think that is crazy.
I know.
I think that's nuts.
Look at him.
I know he hasn't been great.
He's either broken or something is wrong.
I know, but the man did score 70 goals 2 years
right,
ago.
But he can't play anymore. He's an average player now.
It could be his environment. His environment's pretty bad.
It could
right
be,
now.
but you get paid $11 and whatever million. Your environment cannot matter.
That's right.
That you are the environment.
All right. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sabres tonight against Ottawa. Paul in Buffalo's got a Sabres thought. What's up, Paul?
Hey, Merry Christmas, guys. Thank you for taking the call. I would like to talk about Josh Norris's goal against Jersey because there are things about Norris that jump off the chart that we all see. He is his skill level stuff, like you said, all dialed to the right. His hands, his speed, just his skill making. He's incredible. But on his goal against Jersey, first and foremost, credit to Lindy Ruff and the coaching staff, who I've been hard on. They put Owen Power and Rasmus Dahlin out together for a offensive zone draw. Check one. Check two is Noah Ostlund has to win that draw. He does. Wins it right back to Owen Power, who knows what he's doing in the offensive zone, gives it to Dahlin immediately. The captain comes in, puts a shot on net that gives a nice, juicy rebound. And then this amazes me. Josh Norris saw some stinky garbage there and picked it up. And he was not given that position by the Jersey defenseman. He had to go through two Jersey defensemen, win a battle before he could collect that garbage. And when you combine that sort of grit and tenacity to score a goal with his obvious skill, boy, that's one heck of a hockey player. And I'll say this about Dylan Cousins. Have any of us ever done such a 180 on a player? If you can put your mind back to where you were during the Heritage Classic game where he's been kicked out of the game for fighting with, I think, Michael Bunting, and then he and Terry Pagula are standing there. Terry's got the varsity jacket on, his arm around Cousins, telling him what a hell of a job he did sticking up for his teammate. And it seems like almost a day after that, it just started going downhill for Dylan Cousins. Guys, have a great show. Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Paul, for the call. Yeah, I think, listen, it was always going to be this, but it's going to come down to whether Norris stays healthy. And I don't know if he will. He's played 10 games, and 9 games. It's going well right now. And he's looked fine, and he's playing all the minutes. If he stays healthy, I think the Sabres got the better hockey player. But we'll see. You're not going to just declare that the injury problems are over because he played 9 games in a row. Or even 8 games in a row, right? Because actually, he played the first game of the year. So, it's 12 games total for the Buffalo Sabres. 12 points also in that time. He goes back to Ottawa tonight. Sabres looking for 7 in a row. By the way, if you're wondering how much ground they've covered in the standings, maybe not as much as you think, but they have closed the gap between all of those teams that are ahead of them. Because right now, it's they jumped over Toronto, they jumped over Columbus, and they are 3 points out of a spot right now, which is currently held by the Devils. They're 5 points back of the division. But you've also narrowed the gap to all those teams you got to jump over. 1 behind Pittsburgh, 2 behind the Rangers, 2 behind Ottawa, 2 behind Florida, 3 behind Boston. You're now within striking range of all of those teams that you had to climb over. So, 6-game win streak, I'm still third last in the East. Right, like you'd want better than that, but they weren't even in range 2 weeks ago. And now they've put themselves back into the fight. And they still have work to do, a lot of work to do. But they're at least in it now. And we just talked about like Matthews and the Leafs. Like I don't think they're in it at all at the moment. Like that team is broken. They might fire the coach. They're talking about trading their best player, and he's not playing well. Like it could be worse this season. I'm not going to say it could be worse in general because they've made the playoffs a lot of years in a row. But this season, it could be worse. You could be Toronto. 803-0550 is the phone number. I'll get back to the Bills a little bit as well, as Howard is going to pick the Bills when we come back. 2 regular seasons left and then the playoffs. We'll do that with Howard. And it's also Festivus, and I know he's got some grievances to air, and he did that as well yesterday on Channel 7. So Howard coming in next here on WGR. I actually was talking about this yesterday with my barber that, like, he asked me, how many receivers do you think are coming back next year? And I'm like, of this group, 2? Right? Like, Shakir's coming back, and Palmer's probably on the team because he's under contract. Maybe 3 with Shavers, just for special team stuff, and then you fill it out. Like, they're going to, I think, overhaul that position. But are they going to overhaul it with, one huge investment, top-level guy that can play with Allen, and then a bunch of role players, or is it just going to be all role players? That's the real question. And I think what might push them towards that is if they fall short this year, and that's why it happens. And it's clear that that's why it happens. I think you could show evidence that they've lost multiple playoff games in a row in part because they have not had good performances or trustworthy performances at that position. But I know the defense is where their eyes have gone to. If they lost a playoff game where the defense did actually perform and you got shut down by a Houston or a Denver, and it's clear that, if you look like the Houston game again, where Allen's running around, he's buying time and nobody's getting open for him, and that is happening a lot in a playoff game that they lose, I think they'll act on it. Because they very often will act on how the season ended. And they just haven't thought yet that, the reason the season ended was because of, the receiver room. It's always been the defense or pass rush. It's pass rush. It's always been pass rush for them. The Bills are playoff bound following last night's 49er win over the Colts. They currently stand at the 6th seed with an 11-4 record. It'll be their 7th straight playoff appearance, which is the longest active streak within the NFL. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and provided an injury update for the team. Josh Allen with a foot injury, Daquan Jones with a calf injury, Jordan Poyer with a hamstring injury, and Shaq Thompson dealing with a neck injury are all listed as day-to-day. And improving is Matt Prater and Jordan Phillips. Our own Sal Capaccio later reported that McDermott said there were no setbacks for Allen following the game and having his foot x-rayed. He said he is sore and does not anticipate him being unavailable Sunday versus the Eagles. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres are in action tonight on the road in Ottawa, taking on the Senators. They look to expand upon the current 6-game win streak. You'll be able to catch all of the game action with Puck Drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Colts fall short with 49ers last night, 48-27. DK Metcalf has been suspended for 2 games for conduct detrimental to the NFL for initiating a physical confrontation with a fan during Sunday's game against the Lions. Metcalf has elected to appeal the suspension, and the Chiefs are on the move in 2030 from Missouri to Kansas as they will begin construction on a new state-of-the-art stadium to call home. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet is celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
I haven't celebrated Festivus in years. Many Christmases ago, I went to buy a doll for my son. I reached for the last one they had, but so did another man. As I rained blows upon him, I realized there had to be another way. What happened to the doll? It was destroyed. But out of that, a new holiday was born. A Festivus for the rest of us.
The great Jerry Stiller. Today's Festivus?
Was it yesterday? I'm trying to remember.
We should know this. You aired your grievances yesterday on Channel 7. You should know which day Festivus was, right?
I generally don't know what day it is anyway at this stage in my life. When you're in your 60s and you're working part-time, you literally, Joe, forget what day of the week it is.
It is today, by the way.
Happy Festivus.
Happy Festivus.
To you and yours.
Where's the poll? We don't have a poll
and
in
feats
here.
of strength will be Joe wrestling Owen, right? You're going to try and for feats of strength.
I would not like to do that. I'll wrestle Joe. I might have a better chance there. I'm giving him a lot of size there.
Because you look like you've been working out. I thought
short.
maybe, you look a little jacked, so I thought maybe you were,
Owen could probably pick me up and throw me however he wants.
He's a big dude.
Yeah.
He wouldn't. He's a nice guy. He wouldn't do that to you.
Although we were talking about this we were just talking about Tage in the break. Sometimes lower center of gravity actually can be helpful. So
I can get toppled.
Yeah. All right. Festivus.
So what's new, Joe? What are your grievances that you'd like to air?
My grievances are probably going to sound a lot like your grievances sounded like for this team.
Yeah.
I don't have any with the hockey team right now. I'm feeling good about that.
Isn't that nice?
We're here on December 23rd, and I don't have a grievance really to give you about the Sabres.
It's Christmas, and they're in the race.
When's the last time that happened?
A long time ago.
Even though they are third from the bottom.
Whatever. Well, aren't they like 2 or 3 points out of third place?
Yep.
And a wild card and all that stuff.
They're hiring people I've heard of.
Hey,
that's good.
It's Christmas and they're playing meaningful games.
Yeah. Tonight, 7 in a row they're going for against the Ottawa Senators.
Last 7-game win streak?
So the last 6-game win streak was 2022. I don't know if that one was extended to 7.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just
we all know the last 10-game streak.
Which season was that?
2018.
Okay.
That's Skinner in overtime against the
San Jose, maybe, or maybe
the Sharks.
I think there was a shootout or two in there.
So how'd you feel about Sunday? How'd you take in? Were you ever nervous? They were only up by 3 for multiple drives in the fourth quarter.
No, but it's not. It's weird. We were talking about this last night on the TV show. At any point, did you think they're actually going to lose?
Yeah,
I never did. There have been a number of games this year where they haven't necessarily played well or they're trailing or whatever, and I thought, well, they'll come back and win. The only game I actually thought, oh man, they're really going to lose, was New England, the one they came back and won.
Yeah.
So I just figured at some point, honestly, that the offense would get a touchdown.
Right.
6 drives going absolutely nowhere is beyond me. But I also thought, I didn't think the defense was going to give up much to Cleveland, and the way Rousseau was playing, I thought guys were making plays. Poyer, Trey White, Milano, Rousseau. There were multiple guys making plays. I really didn't think they'd even give up a field goal, and if they did, I just figured the Bills would find a way to win it. I wasn't worried.
Yeah, it was a weird defensive game in that they were getting chunk plays against them, especially early by Cleveland. But I left that game thinking, wow, especially Poyer, Rousseau, and even Bishop. Bishop saved a touchdown on that one screen pass. That those 3 were awesome the entire game, and I still felt like the defense should have probably looked better against an offense that's done nothing all year.
Yeah, and it certainly hurt Cleveland when Judkins went out. Like, he was a big part of it. You could tell he's a big part of their game plan, running and receiving and throwing to him. It's funny, with the safeties, first off, I need to apologize to Jordan Poyer.
He's been great.
I didn't think he had anything left.
Yeah.
When they signed him, I thought, I'm not even sure if he plays. He's been terrific. I forget if it was the last series. No, it was the first and goal at the 4. They ran the ball on first down, and Poyer popped a guy and stuffed him for no gain.
Yeah.
And he got half a sack at some point. I think he's been playing great. And you mentioned Bishop. How cool is this? Have you guys even talked about the safeties in recent weeks? Probably, in a bad way.
Not in a bad way.
That's the thing. You don't even think about them anymore because they're good. Cole Bishop and Jordan Poyer have solidified the safety spot. Beginning of the season, I was a nervous wreck with that position more than any other.
Yeah.
Now, We don't even have to say anything. They're good.
It's turned into a strength.
Yeah,
really.
which is where it had been so long for Poyer and Hyde. So that's promising, hopefully, in the playoffs, that the safety spot is ironed out. There's issues elsewhere, but the safeties are playing well.
Well, and Poyer's got a hamstring injury, too, now. And suddenly, right, like, you did not think at the beginning of the year, I tell you Jordan Poyer's a hamstring injury, and your reaction would be, oh, no. I need him to be out there because he's been very, very good.
Yeah.
And it's helped Bishop a lot, I'm sure.
But so, I wasn't worried, but, the idea of the offense going from literally, they're scoring every drive to zip.
Right.
Like next to nothing is troubling. And once again, the story continues that they just don't have wide receivers who are good enough.
They do not. Cooks with the drop, and maybe it feels a little different if Knox just hangs onto that ball in the end zone.
Yeah, game's over.
The game's over, and that would have been a third game in a row where he would have made an impact for you in the past game.
Yeah.
And you didn't get it.
But, Hardman pretty much just dressed for special teams.
Yep.
We're sitting here talking about Keon Coleman isn't good enough to dress for games. And I don't know why Gabe Davis was scratched. I would play Gabe Davis over some of these other guys. But yeah, that's obviously this is an offseason discussion, but they have to blow the wide receiver room up outside of Shakir.
Yeah. We'll get to Howard Picks the Bills in a second here. I opened the show with what's the thing that right now you think is going to hold them back from going to the Super Bowl? And wide receiver room is kind of the obvious one.
Yeah.
Is there another thing that comes your
on offense? No.
We got a lot of like Joe Brady's play calling just in general.
Yeah,
but defensive personnel is still the thing that I find a lot of people are worried about.
The troubling part is that we're thinking about offense holding them back at all.
Right.
We never did. That was not anything we thought about. Largely the playoff losses, there are some exceptions obviously, but since Josh became Josh, largely the playoff losses are due to the defense.
Mm-hmm.
So it is, I have had the thought, like we could be sitting here talking about the reason the Bills don't get to or win a Super Bowl could be the offense isn't good enough in the postseason, which perish the thought. We've just never had to deal with that.
If that happens, I think all the people that have turned their attention right to McDermott after these playoff losses, it's already been a lot of Bean this year.
Yeah.
If they lose a game like that, Brady will get his heat, but everyone's coming after Brandon Bean the day after, more than they would McDermott. Because in these past playoff losses, it's almost always this coach is not going to get you to the promised land.
That's right. Although I think he has evolved. I think he's gotten a little bit more aggressive coaching in the playoffs than he was early in his coaching career, postseason coaching career. But I think if they go belly up, in a year where Kansas City didn't make it, Baltimore might not make it, Burrow and Cincinnati didn't make it. You want to talk about this is 05-06, and the entire Western Conference is falling, setting up Edmonton as the 8th seed in the final if you just get there. This is playing out exactly how you would have wanted it to play out.
Yeah.
If they don't make it, the roster is going to be why. It's not good enough, period.
All right, well, let's see if it's good enough for Howard to pick them to go to the Super Bowl. Let's see. Howard picks the Bills.
A tradition unlike any other.
You know why I'm on the block? Because you're stupid Trevor Lawrence advice, you...
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills!
I will go out on a limb and pick the... What's the line? What are they, by 10?
10.5, I saw.
On the road.
Yeah.
Put that up to 16.5, folks.
Yeah, they should walk. They should cruise. Cleveland has played... Against the bad teams, they're competitive. When they play the good teams, they get their butts kicked. So I would think the Bills should win and should win easy.
On WGR, Sports Radio 550.
So much for that.
Who's so mad at Trevor Lawrence? Who's now awesome.
That was however many years ago. Jeremy got me to go in one of his guillotine leagues.
Yeah.
So, I'm on the block. Would have been something I didn't have. Maybe I can't remember if I had Trevor Lawrence or whatever. Point is, I was just angry at Jeremy.
Okay.
Because Jeremy always
makes sense.
He just doesn't look out for my best interests ever.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, let's have Howard pick the Bills. Joe, I'll have you pick the games that are in doubt in the AFC in the last 2 weeks. Sound good?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Start week 17. Howard, Bills and Eagles. The Bills are a slight favorite in this game.
Yeah. So
the
Eagles,
second to last home game of the year.
Eagles, really good defense. Might get Jalen Carter back this game, which would
Right.
not be good from the Bills' perspective, but very good defense. It's so funny that in Philadelphia, right, what have they been talking about? What's wrong with Jalen Hurts? Why can't they pass the ball? Why is A.J. Brown unhappy? Why are Saquon Barkley's numbers? They're still very good, but they're not getting the explosive big running plays they got throughout last season. So it's really weird to hear this discussion emanating. It kind of reminds you of a couple of years ago. The year the Bills lost to the Eagles and got screwed in that game, lost in overtime, and Philly just kind of plummeted towards the end of the season. I think I'm really concerned about the Bills' offense facing the Eagles' defense because we know that the Bills' defense is somewhat of a roller coaster ride. The Eagles, I had a stat. Let's see. Only one opponent all season has reached the 30-point mark against Philly.
Wow.
The Bills averaged 28 a game. Philly's held 12 of their 15 opponents to 24 or less. So that's a challenge for the Bills' offense. Having said that, I don't think people are probably thinking Barkley's going to run for like 250 in this game. He won't. He'll get his yards, but I do think the Bills will find a way to pull this one out. I'm going to go Bills winning in a one-score game with the score probably in the mid to upper 20s.
All right. 12-4. Yeah, the Eagles, they remind me right now of the Texans.
Oh, in terms of
their offense is
terrific defense, offense, who knows?
Their defense is amazing.
Yeah.
They should not be that, though. They have so much more talent on offense.
Right.
But they just, for some reason, they...
Look at their skill positions. Look at Barkley, Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert is tied for the most touchdowns among tight ends in the league. He's got 10 touchdowns.
Great players.
And the line's good when it's healthy.
That's the thing. It hasn't been healthy
Although
this
I
year.
think they're going to get Lane Johnson back, I think, for this game.
If it's not this game, I know he was supposed to come back soon.
So the line has been banged up, and that's been a large part of their issues. But Hurts he's averaging barely over 200 passing yards a game.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll take the Bills in a close one.
All right, 12-4. I'm putting in Jags over Colts and Steelers over Browns. Joe, I'll have you pick a pretty close one in the spread between Houston and the Chargers. That game's in L.A.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I worry about the Chargers' offensive line against Houston's defense, so I got to go Houston here, I think.
All right, Houston with the win jumps the Chargers. Chargers fall from the 5 to the 7, and the Bills go to the 5 going into Week 18. New England, I'm going to put a win in against Brady Cook and the Jets, if that's okay with everybody.
Really? You don't think Brady Cook will school the Patriots, huh?
I don't. It'd be great. So now we go to Week 18, and the Bills are still alive for the division, but they're going to need Miami, and they're probably going to play at the same time. So
I would think.
Imagine the Bills starters are playing against the Jets.
If the division's in play, you have to.
In red helmets, also remember.
Okay.
And maybe the final game at Highmark Stadium.
And Miami starting Quinn Ewers or maybe
Probably
Zach
Quinn
Wilson?
Ewers. Yep. So who do you got? Bills and Jets.
Bills. I mean, the Jets are they got blown out by the Saints.
Yeah,
I mean, how bad is that?
If you get blown out by Tyler Shuck or Shao Shuck.
Tyler Shook.
The Jets were shook.
That's rough.
Yes, they were.
Bills finished the season 13-4. 13-4 and maybe as a wild card. Because I got the Patriots beating the Dolphins. Right, Joe? We good with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with
Patriots
that.
beating the
Zach
Dolphins.
Wilson would give them the best shot. I just don't. I don't think they're going to do that.
So the last game then I'll have you pick then is Chargers and Broncos. The Broncos would be playing for the 1 seed.
Yes, they would.
The division would be over, but the Broncos for the 1 seed. Who would you have? It's in Denver.
I like the Broncos in Denver. I know it's a divisional game; it could go either way, but I think they have a lot to play for with that 1 seed, and they're gonna see it through.
All right, Jags over Titans is easy. Texans over Colts. So that sets up an AFC playoff bracket that features the Bills at the Steelers, the Texans at the Jags, and the Chargers at the Patriots, with Denver as the 1. So, Howard, Bills at Steelers
Do you
in
even have
round
to ask?
1.
I mean, come on. That's the matchup I think every Bills fan
They beat the Lions, though.
would
You
want.
see, that's a pretty impressive win.
It was,
on the road.
but the Lions' defense is banged up. It's bad. I think that's the matchup you'd prefer, the Steelers, right? I don't think anybody would be afraid of that one. I will take the Bills.
Joe, who do you like? Texans at Jags in round 1. That's going to be the early Saturday AFC game because it always is. But that's a good game.
It's a good game, and you knock one of them out. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the Jags here. I'm not going to lie to you. I think they're undeniable right now with the way they're being coached, and Trevor Lawrence has just been unlocked. So they're looking really good.
How about Chargers at Patriots?
Chargers at Patriots. I worry about the Chargers offensive line. I really do.
Okay.
I do think, though, Herbert does give him some juice, and Harbaugh does coach a scrappy team. They might be able to surprise, but I'm going to go New England.
All right, New England and Jacksonville winning sets up a matchup between those two in the second round, which means Howard, Bills at Broncos in the divisional round.
Tough matchup because of the Broncos defense.
Mm-hmm.
Although, we do see
getting...
small market teams going to Denver and getting wins.
That's true.
Ask Liam Cohen.
That offense, that performance by Jacksonville to do it against that defense on the road.
That's
was
impressive.
Awesome.
I'll take the Bills.
Bills at Broncos. All right. I would also be confident in that game. So now, Joe, you've got Jags and Patriots.
I think the
Jaguars. In New England.
In New England, I still think the Jaguars beat the Patriots. I'm going Jags all the way here.
I like it too. All right, Howard, that sets up that means no more games at Highmark Stadium. That's fine. To go to the Super Bowl, Bills at Jags in the AFC Championship game.
This is so cool. The very first playoff game Sean McDermott coached as a head coach was where?
In Jacksonville.
Comes full circle. They beat Jacksonville to go to the Super Bowl.
All right.
It's like the football gods wrote the script.
Yeah. Bills at Jags. That would be such a good game, I think. I think that is the most complete team in the AFC against the best player in the AFC.
I love it.
Allen and the Bills beat the Jags. Okay, we did not pick the NFC. Let's just do it as is very quickly. Packers at Bears in round one.
Bears.
Mm-hmm. Rams at Eagles.
I would say Rams. Eagles don't know what they are.
Okay. Niners at Panthers.
Oh. I mean, I want to say Panthers, but I do think the 49ers get it done.
All right, so that sets up the Rams at the Seahawks in round two.
Okay. I'm going to go Seahawks here.
Okay. And then Niners, Bears.
Bears. I think Ben Johnson's going to make a run in his first year as head coach.
So Seattle, Chicago in Seattle in the NFC Championship game. Go ahead. What do you got?
I'm going to go I'm going to go Seattle. I think they do get it done.
Okay, that sets up Josh against his best buddy.
Oh, wow.
Sam Darnold.
Him and Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl. How about that for storyline? 2018 draft class. They're big friends. All right, Bills and Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Howard.
I like that matchup. I don't mean to undersell Darnold. He's played well this season, but I certainly would not worry. You wouldn't go into that game. Like if it was Stafford, I'd worry Stafford could carve the Bills defense up.
Yep.
Darnold
has
about
the big
Darnold
game
doing
implosion narrative around him.
And that I know when we had Bills Rams, I took Rams. If it's Bills Seattle, I'll take the Bills in that one.
Okay.
Bills Super Bowl champions.
Howard just picked the Bills to win the Super Bowl, everybody. It's a Festivus miracle.
You realize this carries no weight whatsoever.
It carries all the weight.
It carries none.
When's the last time you picked them to win the Super Bowl?
Last year, I think.
You haven't done it this year?
Oh, God, no.
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't have picked them to make the Super Bowl. I just, it's the holidays. I might have had
in a good mood.
I might have had a nip or two this morning before I came in.
Some eggnog?
A little bit.
All right.
With a little whiskey chaser.
8:50 in the morning. I love it.
I was up at 5. It's midday practically.
Yeah, you were doing your prep for Howard Picks the Bills.
And this way you and Jeremy can do your shows from Santa Clara all week.
You'd be on
it. Probably cool. You'd be on at 3 a.m. San Francisco time. That's great.
Not sure how many people are wandering around Radio Row at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, no, all the East Coast, any East Coast station with morning drive there, you wouldn't be alone.
Yeah, but what people are walking around like to come on your show?
Oh, you want to get guests.
Yeah, there would be no guests.
Not at well, if you do, they'd be inebriated.
The only way we're ever getting guests is if they have a Super Bowl in London someday.
Would you sleep or would you just stay up all night and go to work?
I mean, you got to
be at Radio Row at 2:30 just to get ready.
Yeah, I'd stay up.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'd be up all
night. And then I would go to
sleep
sleep after the show.
Joe thinks he's producing on site. Don't break it to him don't crush his dreams that he would not be going.
Don't believe that's how it works. We video producers sometimes though are needed in on site.
Yeah. Owen, sorry, buddy. I don't want you guys.
No, I think he might have a
Owen
shot.
would go.
Maybe.
I gotta look at it. Set up a camera or two.
No, I think it's gonna take London for us to probably go into a Super Bowl. London Super Bowl.
Oh wow, we're already thinking down. Okay,
they'll have one there someday.
Eventually.
Yeah. Eventually.
It'll be the Super Bowl at the new Kansas City Stadium.
Yeah, Arrowhead done. 2031.
31, yeah.
And they're going across the state line to Kansas.
You're late for break there, buddy.
You're here. That's not my fault.
It's not my fault. Joe.
Even if it is my fault, I get to blame you.
No, you blame your producer.
It's kind of on me.
And
yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Right.
Hand
I'm
up.
the least at fault.
Yeah, he's got to get in your headphone and go, break.
All right. Thanks, Howard.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. It's Jeremy and Joe. We got to be in and out here because Howard made us late. Although he did, it's okay because he picked the Bills to win the Super Bowl in a Bills-Seahawks Super Bowl, which I have not thought a second about. I've only ever thought about the possibility of playing the Rams in the Super Bowl. But because Seattle beat them, now the Rams probably got to go on the road in the playoffs, and it gets a little bit tougher for them. Allen versus Darnold. The guy the Bills drafted versus the other guy they probably were good with drafting had they had to come to it. We all think they like Darnold. It was Allen, Mayfield, and Darnold. That's my guess on, like, they had a tier break. Those were the three. They wanted one of those three. And they got the right one. Because Darnold and Mayfield are good, but obviously not nearly as good as Josh. Bills and Seahawks in the Super Bowl. What's the jersey matchup?
The neon greens.
Yes. Neon green versus all red. This is get as wild as possible. All red Bills against the neon green Seahawks.
Hate those green Seahawks uniforms.
What?
I hate them.
They're like unique. That's their thing. No one else has them.
The Bills rivalry jersey against the all green Seahawks.
Oh,
the neon. Just make it as gross as possible.
I had a neon phase where I was wearing colors like that all the time. I do not do that anymore.
When
that happened, yeah, I loved it when they first were doing it.
Oh man. I would have thought I was way better.
I had those shoes with the zigzags on the bottom with like the neon colors. Yeah, I was a big neon guy back in the day.
The zigzag shoes.
I would have
exactly
looked
at
you guys from afar and gone, look at these losers.
He would not have talked to us.
But I wasn't cool. I just would have thought these guys are lame because they've got the neon stuff, and I think neon's lame.
No, the right answer here also is the Seahawks wearing their like bright blue throwbacks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are throwback jerseys. Those are, I think, arguably the best jerseys in all of football.
Those versus the standing Buffalo.
In 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get back to our conversation on the Bills a little bit. If you got a Sabres thought too, feel free. They're going for 7 in a row tonight as we continue to roll towards Bills and Eagles this Sunday in Week 17. It's Jeremy and Joe. Your phone calls welcome next at 803-0550 here on WGR. I actually was talking about this yesterday with my barber that, like, he asked me, how many receivers do you think are coming back next year? And I'm like, of this group, 2? Right? Like, Shakir's coming back, and Palmer's probably on the team because he's under contract. Maybe 3 with Shavers, just for special team stuff, and then you fill it out. Like, they're going to, I think, overhaul that position. But are they going to overhaul it with, one huge investment, top-level guy that can play with Allen, and then a bunch of role players, or is it just going to be all role players? That's the real question. And I think what might push them towards that is if they fall short this year, and that's why it happens. And it's clear that that's why it happens. I think you could show evidence that they've lost multiple playoff games in a row in part because they have not had good performances or trustworthy performances at that position. But I know the defense is where their eyes have gone to. If they lost a playoff game where the defense did actually perform and you got shut down by a Houston or a Denver, and it's clear that, if you look like the Houston game again, where Allen's running around, he's buying time, and nobody's getting open for him, and that is happening a lot in a playoff game that they lose, I think they'll act on it. Because they very often will act on how the season ended. And they just haven't thought yet that, the reason the season ended was because of, the receiver room. It's always been the defense or pass rush. It's pass rush. It's always been pass rush for them. What are we most concerned about with this Bills team right now. And it doesn't have to be the receiving corps, because I think that is obviously the lightning rod position. It's rare, I think, that Bills fans would all be in unison on one thing where you'd all go, okay, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Because there are McDermott detractors, and there are people that think McDermott is good enough. He is good enough to win me a Super Bowl as my head coach. And there are others that the second 13 seconds happened, and maybe, the second that they lose to the Bengals, or the second that he makes mistakes at the end in a game against Philly in the regular season, that you've, along the way, decided this dude's not winning the Super Bowl. This guy has a fatal flaw, and it's just not going to happen with him. So you could think it's McDermott. You could think it's the personnel on defense, that this team doesn't have a defensive line that's good enough, and that they're going to get pushed around. They're going to get bullied come playoff time. But the receiving room is absolutely going to be top of list. I think for a majority, I'll put a poll up actually to see if that ends up being the case. I think that's probably what you'll find out. Matt Harmon tweeted, and again, it's the Bills receiving room. So even Matt knows that you got to lead off a tweet about the Bills receiving room with the two words, dead horse, but. Those three words. Those three words are kind of how you got to start every conversation. It is absolutely beating a dead horse. What Matt said is this receiving room for a contending team is so insane. And he posted the numbers of all the Bills receivers from this last game against Cleveland, and how Josh Palmer's out here running 74% of the routes on their dropbacks, and he only had 2 yards. And Tyrell Shavers is running routes on 65% of their routes in that game, and he had 1 catch. Just you do not have anybody right now that you'd feel confident in.
The Bills are playoff bound following last night's 49er win over the Colts. They currently stand at the 6th seed with their 11-4 record. It'll be their 7th straight playoff appearance, which is the longest active streak within the NFL. Head coach Sean McDermott addressed the media yesterday and provided an injury update for the team. Josh Allen with a foot injury, Daquan Jones dealing with a calf injury, Jordan Poyer with a hamstring injury, and Shaq Thompson dealing with a neck injury are all day today. And improving is Matt Prater and Jordan Phillips. Our own Sal Capaccio later reported that McDermott said there were no setbacks for Allen after the game and having his foot x-rayed. He said he is sore and doesn't anticipate him being unavailable Sunday against the Eagles. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in action tonight on the road in Ottawa, taking on the Senators. They look to expand upon the current 6-game win streak. You'll be able to catch all of the game action with Puck Drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Colts fall short to the 49ers last night, 48-27. DK Metcalf has been suspended for 2 games for conduct detrimental to the NFL for initiating a physical confrontation with a fan during Sunday's game against the Lions. Metcalf has elected to appeal the suspension. And the Chiefs are on the move from Missouri to Kansas as they'll begin construction on a new state-of-the-art stadium to call home in 2031. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Face-off win, another shot. There's loose puck in front. They score! Crowd at the far post, and the Sabres have tied this game early in the second period. And that's going to be Norris at the side of the net that touches it home.
Josh Norris returns to Ottawa tonight. Sabres looking for a 7th win in a row. Morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. It's Festivus. Christmas in 2 days. Tomorrow, Christmas Eve. We will be on tomorrow, if you're wondering. Tomorrow on Christmas Eve. Looking forward to Bills and Eagles. My brother Lou DiBiase from Locked On Eagles will join the show. And I'm wishing this game was earlier in the year. Because stakes-wise, there's not really a ton. There's some. The division's not dead, but it's on life support. And you're fighting for seeding, which does matter some. I mean, I do think the 5 seed is valuable for the Bills. Philly, though, like they're not fighting for the division anymore. That's over for them. And I guess they could still get the 1 seed. They're 2 games back of Seattle, but that seems unlikely at this point. So you get a good matchup between 2 good teams, high-profile teams especially, but not really the stakes that you might have been hoping for. But still some to get to. We've also had our Jingle All the Way conversation earlier today, whether it's a holiday classic or not. Did we see where that poll ended up? It was 50-50 for a while. Arnold Schwarzenegger in a Christmas movie. 51% say yes. Holiday classic. I'm going to take that as a win, even though there's a lot of time left.
Yeah. I feel like it's on every Christmas, right? So I mean, does it have to be? Like, I don't know.
Is it on every Christmas? I don't have cable anymore, so I don't know.
I haven't seen this movie since I was like 10. I don't know what you guys are even talking about anymore. Classic.
What makes
Charlie Brown Christmas is a classic. Like,
when's the last time you've seen that?
Yeah.
Last year.
Oh, I was going to say, I haven't seen that since I was probably 12.
Same.
Elf is a classic.
Elf is certainly right. How many classics can there be in the first place?
Yeah. What are we? Is this a Mount Rushmore situation, or are we going deeper?
Well, I'm not putting Arnold Schwarzenegger on Jingle All the Way on the Mount Rushmore.
Right.
No,
I'm not claiming that.
Well, we got to find our definition of classic then here, Jim.
And how many classics can there be?
I think that I have a very different definition if this movie counts as a classic.
Miracle on 34th Street has to be considered a classic.
Me and Joe just looked at each other and I think we telepathically decided whether we're going to tell you we don't know what that movie is or not.
I've never watched it.
I have
no idea
what
did I just say?
Is.
Sorry, I meant It's a Wonderful Life. I'm looking at a ranking right now.
Okay.
I meant It's a Wonderful Life. That's a classic.
Miracle on 34th Street is a Christmas movie, is it not?
It is, yes. It's also an old Christmas movie.
You could tell me it's a horror movie. I've got nothing on that. I have no idea.
Home Alone?
Okay.
Absolutely.
Classic.
Yes. The second one, though, better than the first one.
Okay,
where he's in New York City.
New York City.
One.
I don't know.
We'll gang up on Joe on this.
Yeah, we might have to. You've never seen the second one?
that I've seen the. Oh, Home Alone. Again, this is what I got to close the ranking I'm looking at because I was looking at Die Hard and I was thinking you were talking about Die Hard 2. Home Alone 2 is very good. Yes.
Yeah.
But you can't put both of them, I don't think, on. Can you want to call them both classics?
No.
I would say one top 5 Christmas movies. I mean, if we had to go back,
we're just doing. Is it a holiday classic? One is an absolute.
This is where we get into the weeds because to me, one is a classic, but 2 is better.
Yes. So 2 would then overtop the classic.
But no, to me, 1 is the classic. It holds its place as a classic.
Yes.
And 2, even if it's better, I don't care. It's not a classic. The Home Alone 1 is a classic.
Even if it's better?
Even if it's better. And I think it's better.
I agree with it being better. I just feel like
you could call them both if you want to call them both classics.
I think I'm calling them both a classic. I think they've done it.
Get that out of here too. I'm not okay with that.
No sequels.
You can't have both on there. Pick one. And to me, it's the first one. It's the start of the franchise. It's the beginning.
It's more iconic, definitely.
For
sure. The first one is certainly more iconic.
To me, that matters more than how good it is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You also have these Christmas movies that were like TV specials in the 50s and 60s.
Right.
Like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Right. A Year Without a Santa Claus.
I mean, how long is that movie? Is it an hour? It's not even like a real feature film.
30 minutes, I think
sure,
we're looking
but
at.
it's got that is absolutely a classic.
Let me see.
See, I'm over here talking about being selective. I'm doling out
It's
this
47 minutes.
Yeah, we're not even pushing an hour.
It's
runtime.
almost not a movie. It's an episode of television.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I think you have to probably put those on there. Christmas Vacation, Christmas Story.
See, like I think
is this where we cut it off? Like, is Gremlins a Christmas classic?
Gremlins. I don't know, man.
Oh gosh,
get Gremlins out of here.
Got down that
Really?
list fast. Yeah,
Polar Express
Polar
might
Express
be.
is
That's
great.
a holiday classic.
Classic.
It is now. How long
yeah,
ago did
now,
that come out?
I think it probably depends on your generation.
Without thinking about the movies themselves, how many do you think? What's the number on how many should be qualified as classics? How many can there be? Because there can't be 100.
I think 10 or 8
10.
even I'm ready to go for 8.
10 might be the maximum.
Yeah, between 8 and
classics.
10.
We might have to get really selective to get to 10, though.
10's a nice round number.
Here we well, let's do this thing, fellas. Let's. I mean,
10 classic Christmas movies. That's it. Nothing else is allowed to be called a holiday classic, including, I guess, then Jingle All the Way would not qualify because no one's going to have that in a top 10.
Do we have to respect the poll, though? Like if they're leaning
I mean,
towards
it's also
classic.
50-50.
Poll can get out of here.
Okay. What about Jim Carrey's Grinch? Is that a holiday classic?
This is a good one to bring up.
Or is the original
yes.
Grinch cartoon the holiday classic?
No, it's.
I'm okay putting both on again.
Oh man,
both. They're both. Two can be classics.
You can't have the same franchise with 2 classics.
It's the same movie. Is it the same franchise?
It's not the same
I'm
movie,
It's
though.
the same IP. We got to go to IP now.
Yeah, I think both. I think you're being too tight on like. Well, I can only have one of each.
I think there's a lot of Christmas movies. Is what I think.
There are sure right.
There's a lot of good ones.
The Santa Claus. With
The Santa
Tim
Claus. That's up
All right,
there.
so
That's a classic.
Let's do this. 10. All right. What are our easy ones here?
The Santa Claus. We just said that
Santa
one.
Claus.
Would you consider that a holiday classic?
Yeah, I'll
I
accept
don't know if
that.
it's making 10.
10's right. This is.
I don't know if it's making your 10.
College committee here.
Home Alone is a 100%
Home
on
Alone
there.
has to
It's
do
a
it.
Wonderful Life is 100% has to be on there. Rudolph we determined is a Christmas
Yes.
movie, so that's got to be on there.
Charlie Brown
Elf.
Christmas has. Am I
Again,
alone in that?
No, I'm fine. Good.
Okay.
No,
fine.
that's pretty generational.
Elf.
Like that.
Christmas
Right.
Vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we're running out of spots. Quick
Exactly.
If
We're
we're
at 7
limiting
here,
it to 10.
and we like.
Yeah.
Christmas Story.
The original, like Frosty the Snowman, is that on there?
It's not making
No.
10.
No, can't. Although it is great. I love that
A
one.
Christmas Story.
A Christmas Story. All right.
What about A Christmas Carol?
How many did you already just name?
We're past 10 now.
We're already past
We're
10.
like I couldn't even type
We
as
don't
fast
have
as we
any-
started rattling these off. and
We
I'm at
don't
8.
even have a.
Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas
That is on
my
there. That
favorite.
needs to be on there. Have you ever seen that?
What is it?
Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas.
See,
I will die on the hill.
I love it. I don't know that it makes the classics list because
Well-
Joe doesn't even know what it is over there.
No, I don't.
It's a
it
very
can't be a
niche
If
classic.
one of the three of us doesn't know what it is, it can't be on the list.
Exactly, it can't make it. And I'll die on that being my favorite Christmas movie, but it's not a classic.
What are we doing with Die Hard here?
Okay, well, that's funny you mentioned that because
If
Christmas
it
action
is a
movies,
Christmas movie.
Christmas action movies also have listed Batman Returns in there. Apparently, that
because of
exists.
the Penguin.
So,
what are we doing?
yeah, so I don't know. There's some play there. I'm not
Gosh.
sure.
I don't know about that.
I would say Die Hard's a Christmas movie, though. I am a believer in that.
The Holdovers is my favorite Christmas movie ever, but they can't put that on there because
Right,
that's new and not many people have
the
seen
Emmett
that.
Otter situation. It can't be.
Yeah.
All right, so the list as of now: Santa Claus, Home Alone, It's a Wonderful Life, Rudolph, Charlie Brown Christmas, Elf, Christmas Vacation, A Christmas Story.
That's 9?
9.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Just Friends with large Ryan Reynolds in the beginning?
Yeah, good movie, but
Get it
not
outta here.
Okay.
no.
All right.
Love Actually.
Let's check in with the chat here. What do we got?
There's got to be some
boy.
Love Actually in there somewhere.
National
not-
Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Okay, yeah.
We did not put Polar Express on there.
Polar Express should be 10. I'm sorry. That's 10.
I don't disagree.
There's no Grinch on there.
No Grinch.
No Grinch.
There's got to be a Grinch.
I'm not a Grinch guy.
There's got to be a
personally,
Grinch.
Wait, all right. Wait, I have
Doesn't
10.
matter.
There's 10 here. I've got listed. I got Grinch on there.
Okay.
So we got Santa Claus. We just did this, but whatever. Santa Claus, Home Alone, It's a Wonderful Life, Rudolph, Christmas Brown Christmas, or a Charlie Brown Christmas. Wow. Elf.
Okay.
Christmas Vacation. A Christmas Story. Polar Express. Grinch.
That's our 10?
That's our 10.
Okay, there you go. Well, listen, then we have to hold to that. If someone comes at you tomorrow and says, "Oh, Bad Santa," with
funny, not a classic.
Get out of here. Get out of
That's
here.
a Christmas. You have to meet that person with. That's not a Christmas classic.
No,
that's not a holiday classic.
Someone's definitely going to try and throw Scrooged in there.
Same thing. Not a holiday classic.
No.
If we're holding to this definition, Scrooged. You just said that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Scrooge is not on there.
What about, okay, so this one kind
The
of
Nightmare Before Christmas.
That's where I was going. Is that a lot of people consider that a classic, and it's a mix of both. You got a Halloween and a Christmas thing going on.
I could get with that being on our list.
What do you take off?
Right.
Like, that's where we're at.
A Christmas Story?
We're not. No.
We can't take a Christmas Story off of the Nightmare
That's
Before
true.
Christmas.
I know.
This is our 10, I think.
Grinch? Like, what do you I'm looking at this list. It's a powerhouse.
I think we've decided our 10. And anything else is not allowed to be called a Christmas classic.
I'm putting this out on YouTube on Christmas, and everybody can debate in the comments.
All right.
Yep. We got to get there.
That's what we're going to do.
Looking at Twitter. Fred Claus. No, great movie, though.
Fred Claus is a good movie.
I'd love to put it on there, but I can't.
It is.
I can't.
It's fun, but
yeah. All right.
Miracle in the comments.
We've gotten to our definition. Christmas with the Cranks has been suggested. Is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles a holiday classic?
Okay.
Sal put it on his top 3 earlier when he was mentioning his.
That seems aggressive. It's awesome. It is awesome.
It's good. It's very good.
Edward Scissorhands.
You start to go down a slippery slope. Even Die Hard starts this. Because, like, there's other movies that just take place on Christmas. Like, you could look at Iron Man 3 and be like, that's a Christmas movie by the same logic.
Right.
You know, like what are we doing here?
We need a separate list of Christmas adjacent movies. Which then you want to put your Iron Man 3 on there? Sure, go ahead. Do it.
Iron Man 3.
You could do it there. Or Batman Returns, whatever you want. All right.
Good list. All right.
I like it.
I like that. That was good.
Yeah, we got to a definition and we got to a list. And sadly, my Jingle All the Way didn't make it.
Yeah, and
but
forgive us if we're missing some titan of the Christmas genre.
The only thing I think we're missing is we don't have any Christmas Carol representation.
That's
and I don't know which one you'd pick. Like, I think everybody has their favorite because there've been 1,000 of them. Like, my grandpa's favorite was one from like the 60s that's in black and white. And yours might be, isn't there a Jim Carrey animated one? Like, there's 1,000 of them.
Yeah, there's also like the Disney ones with Scrooge Duck and all of that too. Like, those are some people consider those some classics too.
I can't get down with the carols. I don't do it.
Spirited is a great recommendation that movie. That's an Apple TV movie.
I didn't like it.
Oh, I thought that's a good Christmas movie.
Will
Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds. It's tremendous.
Right.
You didn't like that?
I might have to rewatch. I was kind of
need a rewatch.
It was a passive watch, so I was kind of in and out.
That is a darn good Christmas movie that not enough people know about because it's on a streaming service that they don't really advertise very often. That's a good one. That is, I think that comes up because that would be your Christmas Carol representation. It's not really a Christmas Carol, but it's the characters from A Christmas Carol.
Right.
So no Christmas Carol?
No.
All right. I feel like that's
fine. I'm not going to fight you on it. Someone else will.
Yeah.
Someone is going to come at us, but unfortunately,
they can take a hike. This is
the way the cookie crumbles. Way the cookie crumbles.
Mickey's Christmas Carol is another version that we could have gone for. There's a Muppet Christmas Carol.
Oh yeah,
too many
that
to pick
one
from.
I've seen.
Right.
That one might be.
I mean,
that'd be the closest one to get on that list.
Emmett Otter's got a lot of music in that one too.
All these animated ones though, like Rudolph too. Like we have Rudolph on there, but there are those like stop motion specials.
Well, yeah,
is that Rudolph representing all of those?
I think Rudolph, makes the hits the category for them because that's the stop motion claymation sort of vibe.
Okay.
That I think that needs to be represented. You're right, and that's Rudolph for me.
All right. So we got our list.
I think we're there. Yes.
How many of these will you watch in the next 2 days?
2 days. I don't know. I feel like I've seen all of them so many times. It's tough for me to like sit down and be like, all right, I'm watching it. I do like Home Alone though. I could watch those movies.
I need a good Home Alone viewing once a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's true. I did.
Can't beat Joe Pesci.
No.
In that role too.
I always end up accidentally watching Polar Express and not meaning to. Every year
I love that movie. I love that movie.
It used to scare the bejesus out of me as a kid.
Well, it's like the uncanny valley of animation. You see, like the eyes, they just look dead.
Yeah, it
like,
wasn't
it's
even
like,
that. It was like the scene where they're going down the mountain on the train.
Oh, okay.
I remember being like 4 at my grandma's house and seeing that, and I think I legit peed the bed that night.
When they're
I couldn't handle it.
When they're walking atop the top of the train,
and the guy pops out with the the hobo bag or whatever he's got on him. Like, that scared me bad as a little kid.
Yeah,
I was real scared as a little kid though. So.
What about Jack Frost when Michael Keaton turns into the snowman? That's been floating around here.
It is a Christmas movie. It's not a classic.
No,
not a classic in my opinion. I like our list. Our list is fine.
I do too.
I'm really sad that Emmett Otter is not on there.
I am too, but
it's niche. It's niche enough that it can't quite.
I don't even know what you guys are saying. I don't know what to search.
You should look
Emmett
up
Emmett Otter's Jug Band
That's what
Christmas.
I mean. Like I'm spelling it. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay, I got there.
Got to put a hole in the wash tub, man.
This is the thing I got to watch in the next couple of days.
It's really good.
There's
Emmett Otter. Really good.
It's a heater. It's a heater. The River Bottom Nightmare Band will give you something.
All right.
Yes.
If you want to get if you want to yell at us for missing out on one of these movies on our list here, feel free. 803-0550 is the phone number. Also, when we come back, the number 1 overall pick has got some hardcore competition coming down to the wire here in the last 2 games, and there are a couple of teams at the top that are fighting for it that would not take a quarterback. Or at least probably would not take a quarterback. But then there's a couple of teams that are really close to getting the number 1 pick that definitely would. So there's a story for me in Rappaport actually this morning on that race right now. So give that to you. Your phone calls. I think we got some opinions coming in on how many movies can be called a classic, a holiday classic, and which ones they are. So feel free to give us a call on that too if you want. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and this is WGR. I actually was talking about this yesterday with my barber that, like, what he asked me, how many receivers do you think are coming back next year? And I'm like, of this group, 2? Right? Like, Shakir's coming back, and Palmer's probably on the team because he's under contract. Maybe 3 with Shavers, just for special team stuff, and then you fill it out. Like, they're going to, I think, overhaul that position. But are they going to overhaul it with, one huge investment, top-level guy that can play with Allen, and then a bunch of role players, or is it just going to be all role players? That's the real question. And I think what might push them towards that is if they fall short this year, and that's why it happens. And it's clear that that's why it happens. I think you could show evidence that they've lost multiple playoff games in a row in part because they have not had good performances or trustworthy performances at that position. But I know the defense is where their eyes have gone to. If they lost a playoff game where the defense did actually perform and you got shut down by a Houston or a Denver, and it's clear that, if you look like the Houston game again, where Allen's running around, he's buying time, and nobody's getting open for him, and that is happening a lot in a playoff game that they lose, I think they'll act on it. Because they very often will act on how the season ended. And they just haven't thought yet that, the reason the season ended was because of, the receiver room. It's always been the defense or pass rush. It's always been pass rush for them. I think the secondary point, by the way, I don't want to just gloss over that. Like, McDermott creating great secondaries and sometimes doing it from scratch without any high-profile players is massive. If you made me pick what's more important over the last 7 years to have an elite front seven or an elite back seven, give me the back seven. We've seen the evidence. I mean, their defense, I have a bet with Jeremy that they'll never, he bet they'll never have a bottom 10 defense with this head coach. They've not to this point. And I think a big, I mean, even the Chiefs have. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with a bottom 10 defense, by the way. I think one of the big reasons that that's the case and they have had consistency is if you can be good in the secondary, then you're almost incapable of being a bad defense. And I don't know. Cincinnati's been out here with Trey Hendrickson for years, and they've been the worst defense in the league. I know that's only one player. It's not a whole pass rush, but I'd rather have the secondary.
When you meet somebody that don't like soul food, they still got a soul. And it don't mean that you got no.
This is from Emmett Otter.
It's their little jug band.
This is like what the whole movie is?
They go on they go on an adventure to do a talent show.
Okay.
This is the jug band. And
So where does Christmas come in?
It's Christmas time. It's the Christmas talent show.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Is Emmett Otter a character in other things, or is it just this?
No, this is pretty much it,
I
right?
think this is about it for Emmett
It's
Otter.
it's Jim Henson, so it is the Muppets.
Yeah,
like it's the guy who made the Muppets. So
It's just kind of a spin-off.
they want to win the talent show so he can get his mom a gift.
A gift.
Yeah,
for
so
Christmas.
I might have missed out on Emmett Otter.
It's
What
good.
streaming
The best.
platform is it on? It must be on one of these.
I think it's on Disney because it's a Muppet property technically.
I think
right?
it might be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this I mentioned earlier. I look at Rotten Tomatoes a lot for like movies and whatnot before I watch them. So Jingle All the Way, which this is where this all began, which we did not qualify as a holiday classic, had a 20 on Rotten Tomatoes. Your guys Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas here got a 100.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That tells you everything you need to know right there.
A 100 on
That's
Rotten Tomatoes.
crazy.
Perfect score.
What?
All right, back. Let's go to the phones on this. We only named 10, and I think some are mad about a couple of these being omitted. Let's go to Jeff in Buffalo. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, how y'all doing? Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you have a great list, but something has to go because Scrooge with Bill Murray has to get on here. Or we now have Scrooge.
Do we feel as a group that we have omitted Scrooged? We mentioned it.
I don't think I've watched it. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I have seen it
maybe
once
clips
or
of it.
twice as a younger kid. I don't remember it vividly enough to make a real good judgment.
I'm in the same boat. It's been a few years, so I'll commit to this. I'm going to watch it in the next 2 days and reevaluate whether or not it deserves to be. But here's the thing. We're at a point now where this list of holiday classics, nothing's getting taken off. We go to 11.
Mm-hmm.
You think so?
I think you go
Might
to
have
11.
to do an
break our own rules.
Maybe you go to a dozen. A nice clean dozen.
Got to cut it to another even number.
This goes back to my.
That would get Emmett Otter on the list.
If we can add Emmett Otter onto the list.
Listen, I know I got a 100, but I don't know.
Watch. All right, here's our homework. We'll watch that. Was Scrooged.
I don't have time to watch so many movies here.
Emmett Otter's
is one
like
of
a
these.
Rudolph special.
Yeah, it's a short one.
It's a Sabre game tonight. I mean, when am I gonna watch this?
It's good. It's fair.
And intermission reports
Double
because you can
screen.
finish it by the end of the game. Just pause it at the end of the intermissions.
That's fair.
It's only Emmett Otter Jug Band Christmas is only 48 minutes.
All right, it's like Rudolph.
So
yeah.
Let's go to. Oh, by the way, real quick before we take another call, my Christmas movie take that I've had for years now is I don't understand Hollywood. How you can possibly go this long. You've made movies about every character in every story in every genre in the world, and there is not a Yukon Cornelius-centered Christmas movie.
That is unbelievable, actually.
It's offensive.
How is it possible? It's the perfect character.
Right.
To have like an origin story movie about. Do it.
Call it Silver and Gold.
Sure.
Something, right?
It's ridiculous. All right, let's go to Fred. What's up, Fred?
Hey, guys, I haven't called about sports in like 6 years, but I had to call about this. I mean, you can't have a top 10 without White Christmas. White Christmas has got to be in the top 10.
Tell us more about White Christmas, because I don't know that I've actually. This is like the 50s. There's only so many of those older Christmas movies that I've seen.
Come on, man. You guys call yourself Americans? Bing Crosby?
Okay, wait. No, I've seen White Christmas.
White Christmas.
No, you're right. I have seen White Christmas.
Anyways, I think it should be on there.
That, as someone that has, I've seen this. I've seen White Christmas. When you're watching it, it feels like it's a holiday. What are you watching? Oh, White Christmas. It's a holiday classic. Maybe we do need more representation from the OG Christmas classics.
That might be right.
It holds up enough. I made it through the whole thing and didn't turn it off. Bing Crosby helps. I like Bing Crosby.
Right.
Frank in upstate New York. What's up, Frank?
Hey, guys. I just want to congratulate you guys on single-handedly making all of your viewers seem old. Because without the Jeremy on the board, everybody has suggestions. You guys are like, I've never heard of that.
Well, this movie was made in 1954. I mean, even Jeremy's a little past that.
Like, my suggestion would be the Santa Claus movie, or Santa Claus the movie with Dudley Moore from the 85, if you remember that.
Okay. Yep.
And also, I just want to slightly touch on, I'm worried about every single game we play now because it seems like we're just ticking down to an injury to happen, and that is big and scary to me. So I hope you guys have a Merry Christmas and have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Frank, for the call. Yeah, real quick on that Bills point. The injuries, I didn't put that on our poll earlier of what gives you the most concern about not making it all the way to the Super Bowl with this conference setup. And you could say injuries. I mean, right now, the only player, I think, unless I'm missing somebody, that is guaranteed to not be available to you in the postseason, a player of consequence, is Michael Hoyt. That's it. If Oliver is back, everybody's back. And listen, I'm not saying you can't use the injury excuse for some things on the Bills this year. I mean, their defense being inconsistent, it's a crucial reason why that's happened. But they're heading to the playoffs in a pretty good state of health. Knock on wood, that continues. I mean, some teams aren't getting that luck. We've talked about the Chargers a couple of times today. The Chargers can't block anybody because their best two linemen are out for the year. And they're not coming back. At least I don't believe they are. Right? Joe Alt's not coming back this year. They're toast. Slater's definitely not. That's a team where I would say if those two linemen were healthy, they have a good defense, they have good weapons, they have a good quarterback, good coach. If they had those two linemen, the Chargers could go to the Super Bowl. And I don't think they can without them. The Bills are not, they've had injuries, but they've not had that. Couple of guys down, you would say, man, you can't make it all the way with these guys. I don't know if the Bills have those players that aren't the quarterback, and for every team that's the quarterback. So, that's a part of it too. Maybe you would say the same thing about their line. If they lost their best 2 linemen for the season, knock on wood that doesn't happen, then you might think they can't do this without those guys. For how important the run game is to them. So you could say injuries. I don't know. It wouldn't be near the top of the list for me. Or it wouldn't be more towards the top of the list than any other team. Let's go to Dan in Tonawanda. What's up, Dan?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Morning. Good.
Yeah. So really quick movie commentary, then move on to sports. I think that representation is important, and I know that, if you want to give the romantic comedy genre spin, Love Actually.
Yeah.
Maybe not a guy movie, but pretty darn good. Also, if you want horror represented, I would recommend Silent Night, Deadly Night, also a classic. Now,
okay.
On to Bills. I agreed with one of the guys earlier was saying just rest everybody, because I really feel like fully healthy, this team is obviously a really, really good chance. Some of the flaws that we're talking about with receiver, yeah, a little less so. Problem is, I don't know, last game at Highmark, do we want to see like backups? That's going to be a really kind of emotional game, I feel like, and we might want to see our stars on there. But all things being equal, I want this team healthy. So sit who you got to sit.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Dan. Yeah, I who could they lose? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do the who could they lose where you would really change your opinion in the way I just made that point about the Chargers. Who else is really dealing with injuries? I mean, Denver is pretty healthy right now. New England hasn't had Milton Williams, but he should be back, right? If he's not back already. And maybe it's just the Chargers. NFC wide, like if Lane Johnson comes back, then the Eagles should get better on offense. The Bears are good. I guess a lot of these teams, the Niners are the team. The Niners have been hanging around. They've been doing it with guys that are out for the year, Nick Bosa and others. Ayuk obviously hasn't been a part of it all year. So the Packers are the other one. That's the other one. Green Bay is obvious for this. They had a look at the Super Bowl. And you might still say they do. But without Micah Parsons, without Tucker Kraft, who was breaking out as their number one pass-catching option at tight end this year, and a couple of other injuries, Jacobs can't stay healthy right now. Like, those three especially, I don't think you can do it without them. Their season's been blown up by it. So, you could say injuries. I think there would be other teams. There would be other teams that would say it more. Gary in Ontario next. What's up, Gary?
Yeah, I think you guys need to put Jingle All the Way back up on the list.
Yeah?
Because if I speak it into existence, Arnold Schwarzenegger with the chiseled jaw, somebody on Sabres Twitter needs to go put Jarmo Kekalainen in the Turbo Man suit, and anytime we hear an Austin Matthews rumor, we just post the meme. It's Jarmo time, baby. Go Sabres.
Thanks, Gary. How good are we at Photoshop? You want to put Jarmo in the Turbo Man suit? We talked about the Matthews thing a little bit earlier and also off the air. The Matthews thing is just that people in Toronto are talking about whether or not they should trade Austin Matthews because they're in last place in the Eastern Conference, and he has been bad this year relative to what he's supposed to be. I mean, he's got 14 goals and 9 assists. He's supposed to be their best player. And he's definitely missing Marner. He's missing Marner a lot. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that's a little too big of an idea. If that was ever real, then go offer him. I would say this. We're just debating this a little bit. Like, I would offer a lot to get him. Because I think the only time you'd ever get him is when he's playing really poorly.
Right.
I don't know they'll ever actually realistically think about it. They probably won't.
I would be surprised if they do. And I mean, that deal's got 2 years left? 1 year, 2 years?
Is that it? Oh, right, because he only
signed for 4.
That's right. He signed a short
So they could.
deal.
I mean, that maybe makes it more likely they'll trade him, just for the last year and a half of that deal, or 2 years of that deal, however many he's left on it.
He's got 2 more years after this season.
Okay, so he's got like 2.5 seasons.
2028, he becomes a free agent.
I mean, isn't that a pretty hot guy to get if you're a contender, like that can fit it in?
Sure.
You get 2.5 years of
that, though, is a trade that, listen, like, I'm excited about Yarmo, and they're building like a real professional hockey department for the first time maybe in years. I'm excited about that too, but that's not a trade the Sabres make.
No.
That they're able to pull off. They could be in the ball game and they make an offer. I would want them to try, but
isn't there also no
that
way?
That is the trade that Vegas makes.
Right. And isn't there no way Toronto sends him down the QEW right to us?
Right.
Like, there's just that's
right.
just
Conference
not.
comes into it, and I'm not trading him in the division. I don't care how bad you've been for how long. And again, probably not realistic that this ever even gets there. But if it did, yeah, like that's the trade Vegas makes.
I could see him.
Full no movement.
The more I sit here and
whatever.
think about it, I could see them moving him. This, like, maybe not this year, maybe next year, but I could see them like realizing like this is done. This is over. And then they got to pick who they keep. Nylander, Matthews, whoever.
Listen, quick Sabre point here. Like, this is a part of the season that they have in front of them has been made so much easier because this division is crap.
Yeah.
It's not good at all. And the injuries stink that they suffered, and, I don't think the Sabres are an amazing team. I think they are probably pretty good. I think they're probably an average team to slightly above average. That's the whole division.
Right.
And it might come down to, honestly, who has the healthiest season and who has the goalie that gets the hottest. Because, like, Detroit's right now at number 1, and I don't think they're a very good team at all. Montreal's at number 3, and I don't think they're a very good team at all. Like, Tampa is sitting there like, okay, sure, Tampa. Tampa and Florida are like, yeah,
they have claims to. It's like what we were talking about with the NFL playoffs, where it's like all these guys, nobody's here.
But we've whittled it down from this division. It hasn't just been the Sabres missing the playoffs. Detroit's consistently missed the playoffs. The Senators have consistently missed the playoffs. Montreal's consistently missed it. Part of that is there have been 4 kingpin teams at the top of the Atlantic Division for a decade. Florida showed up a little later, but it was Tampa, Florida, Boston, Toronto. Those 4 teams, they were like auto in every single year. And that 4 has been whittled down to 2.
Right.
Because Boston's not the same and Toronto's not the same. And that Leafs thing is new. And to
Florida and Tampa feel vulnerable.
And if you're not there to take advantage of it getting whittled down from 4 auto teams into 2, and instead Detroit gets in and Montreal gets in, like that's gonna burn, I think, at the end of the year.
Yep. In the same way that not making the Super Bowl would burn without Mahomes and Burrow and Jackson.
Right. Your path seems easier, just can you be there to take advantage of it?
Right. Have you done enough to put yourself in the spot?
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe both teams will be able to do it.
Yeah.
Or neither. We'll see.
That would be tough.
803-0550, the phone number. We do have a couple of minutes in Extendo Sports to get in some more movie takes if you got them. So give us a call here on Jeremy and Joe, and we got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 here on WGR.
Tailgate Trivia is back, presented by Total.
All right, Extendo Sports. Quickly, before we get to a quick phone call, the Pro Bowl rosters are being announced at 10, and all the teams are tweeting out who made it from their own teams, and I'm not seeing anything from the Bills. But I can't imagine it's because they wouldn't have Pro Bowlers. I mean, Josh Allen is going to be a Pro Bowler. He'll be named to the roster. We were talking about, like, Dawkins should make it.
Yeah.
He always does.
Reggie Gilliam's been getting a nod, too.
Right. I said Cole Bishop should be on the team. I don't know if he will. I don't know if he has the name power yet. James Cook.
Yeah, Cook, totally.
Easy. He's leading the league in rushing.
Cook's got to be on there. Benford could be on there.
Yeah, so they just must not have sent a tweet out yet.
Allen was pretty big in voting, too. He's the second. Yeah,
Cook is the answer. There's no way that James Cook isn't a Pro Bowler.
Yeah,
right?
It would be
that'd be a crime.
Leads the league in rushing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he will be.
There's no. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to start getting mad about the possibility of that because there's no way that that's feasible.
A lot of Christmas movie takes this hour. Let's go to John in Southern Cal. What's up, John?
Hey guys, morning. Thanks for taking my call. Jingle all the way. I'm going Christmas classic. It's my go-to whenever we start talking Christmas movies. I think Phil Hartman's Sinbad should have received some type of award for supporting actors. Right. Also, I'm going my dark horse nominee for Christmas movie, not quite classic. A Long Kiss Goodnight, Gina Davis, Samuel L. Jackson.
Okay.
I never hear in the discussion, but and there's a little bit of Canada, Western New York love. I think there. Hey, and lastly, I don't want to end on a sour note, but Baltimore Ravens are now my least favorite team. not only did they not help out the Bills, I needed a reception in 12 yards on a final drive from Zay Flowers to win. Instead, I get -2 on a fumble.
Oh, right.
Just brutal. But hope the fantasy Santa's more kind to you guys. All right, go Bills.
Thanks, John, for the call. Yeah, listen, you don't have to tell me. You're talking to somebody who was in 5 fantasy semifinals and lost 4 of them. At least I got 1. All right. 1 week left of fantasy. Always sad for fantasy to come to an end. Then you get to fantasy hockey, which hopefully you're in a league already because obviously the season's well underway. All right, so we're good on our list?
11.
We're good on our list? 10?
I think we're good on our list. Do you want me to run through it one more time?
One more time.
Sure,
for the
one more
people?
time.
Sure.
All right, so our top 10.
We're going to sit with Scrooged and see what we want to do with it later.
Yeah,
we sit on that for the night.
We'll do some work. But as of now, our list of 10, classic holiday movies: Santa Claus, Home Alone, It's a Wonderful Life, Rudolph, Charlie Brown Christmas, Elf, Christmas Vacation, A Christmas Story, Polar Express, and Grinch.
All right, fine. Good.
Let us know if you have something that needs to be
Any
on that
discretions,
list.
Especially on Festivus, let us know.
I've heard some good recommendations, but nothing that I've seriously thought should go on there other than Scrooged, which again we're gonna sit with here.
There's an asterisk there right now.
Yeah. All right. That'll do for us. Christmas Eve tomorrow. We'll be on the air, so I'll talk to you tomorrow at 6. We'll have Sal on. The Bills do practice today, but we won't get an injury report, so McDermott will speak again, so we'll see what we learn between now and then. Stay tuned for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, which is coming your way next. And go Sabres. Looking for 7 in a row tonight. Talk to you tomorrow here on WGR.